$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger Covenant, Breaker of Seven Seals. It's a great day, brothers and sisters. We're coming out of our confinement, those of us that wish to. There's great resistance. Any change meets resistance, brothers and sisters. Every action has opposite equal reaction, means every change, no matter what direction, will meet resistance. Any change resistance. That's just the way it is. Every action changes action. Every action has opposite equal reaction. That's the nature of life. You don't understand that. They make up all these religions, they make up one, particularly Christianity, try to avoid that. Oh, well, you don't worry about your actions. Jesus took care of your actions. No, can't happen. Okay? You're responsible for your action. Consequence. You can't evade consequence. You can't avoid consequence. You can't circumvent consequence. You can dam it up for a period. That's all you can do, but dam's going to break. And you will not get away. No one gets away from consequence. You cannot leave this planet without having a full accounting for what you've done in your life. You may not understand that, but it's just the way it is. You say, oh, well, no. You think, oh, man, well, I'll kill myself. No. Maybe that's part of that. Maybe that's the consequence. But you will not leave this planet, this life, without having full accounting for your life. Period. I know you understand that. You see, messages are sent with information. Like this right here, this is so clear. That right there is so clear. But they don't stamp, this their claim for 40-some years. But not one has ever stood up, even not even Farrakhan himself, stood up, challenged it. $5,000. I mean, it's a win-win for them, because if I don't pay the $5,000, if they can prove it, I don't pay the $5,000, they reveal me. I'm revealed as a liar, a crook, right? Con man, and dismissed. Because they would like me dismissed because they don't like, they're feeling the heat, but they don't step up and take the challenge. Elijah Muhammad said, see, they don't want to hear what Elijah Muhammad said. That's why this is so clear. Elijah Muhammad said, truth made so clear, even a fool wouldn't err. They don't want to hear what Elijah says. Because they want to know what Elijah says, they wouldn't be with Farrakhan. Because there's nothing in Message of the Black Man, nothing in Fall of America, none of our Savior has arrived, none of that message taught or whatever, and his teachers that verifies that stuff Farrakhan's talking about. Scientology, Dianetics, Master Muhammad praise, you can't play the flesh. Devils ain't devils anymore. They are brothers now. There's nothing that supports that. Him being the Messiah. I mean, we got plenty supports this otherwise, because he missed, like Muhammad said, he would be his worst hypocrite. He even missed it. He misses follows the devil. We have a minute. This is from him. I mean, those two things right there should disqualify him. He's not the seed of Abraham. He doesn't mention the Abraham covenant. Elijah Muhammad said we're fools to stay here, and he says we're not going anywhere. I mean, it's so clear. So he said, he said, what's happening? Well, I'm telling you what's happening. What's happening is a great division is taking place. Those that love the truth, right, and able to see the truth will respond to the truth. And the chaff and the demons and the goats, right, they will not respond to the truth. As it says in Thessalonians, they had no love for the truth. The truth was against them. They're winter people. Spring is against them. No matter what you say, they would. Why would a winter person, a snowman, believe in anything about the spring? Because nothing about spring was going to help him. Everything about spring is going to destroy them. So why would, even if they recognize it, well, the only thing they can do is maybe try to stop the spring and maybe cover you with snow and give you snow bite, frostbite, destroy you. But why would they believe in it? You can talk, say, how come people don't believe it? So why would a snowman listen to anything you got to say when you're talking about the spring? They don't want to hear that. You're talking about their destruction by definition. So why would they believe that? If they believe it, then the only thing is try to have an avalanche or something to destroy you while they still got power, while snow is still available, while the weather's in their favor, at least the way they see it. These things are so simple, brothers and sisters. I said, don't worry, don't challenge these people, don't argue with them. Now, the other side of this coin is the ones that the spring people. Well, the problem they have is that the winter people is doing everything they can to block the sunlight of the spring. The problem for them is that sunlight has heat. So it's hard to do it. It gets harder and harder to do it, but still no, they're able to do it up to a point. That means spring people end up getting frostbite because they don't prepare for the spring. They still identify with the winter. And that's the problem our people are having. You see, because you got these people blocking it, blocking the spring, blocking sunlight spring. So you don't even know what's coming. They don't. Oh, there's no spring, man. What's spring? Because you don't even recognize the seasons. Elijah Muhammad gave you a big hint of the season. He said 66,000 years. That's one season. 4 times 6,000 years is 24,000 years. He said 24,000 years, approximately 24,000 years, completes a cycle. A prophetic cycle. They write scripture for a 24. The reason why I do it because it takes so much energy to run that the computer that does that they limit 24,000 year periods. And then they renew it, and then they do it for the next 24,000 years, approximately 24,000 years. But you got 4 seasons there. We just come out of Yaqub's season. He was a god of 6,000 years. Why was he the god? Because he had the knowledge of how to survive and be successful during this period of time. What kind of period of time? It was a winter. They say, oh, well, what kind of wisdom would you need in a situation where you have energy deprivation? Well, you need somebody like Adam, make missions that shed blood. How was he successful? You say nothing happens without God's will. Well, then God must have been behind him. He made him. He made him ruling the earth, knew what he would do, so he's behind him. So why would God be behind someone who makes people shed blood? If you resist that person that makes people shed blood, God's against you. So how does that make any sense? How does that make any sense? Because you don't understand how things work. You got this fantastic fantasy idea, right? And it's got you all confused. Fantasy idea about Jesus, how things work, and it tells you right there. He condemned Iblis. Iblis said, no, I'm going to keep on worshiping you like I've been worshiping you. He said, no, I'll condemn you. You got to submit to that. I submit somebody to make bitter shed blood. He couldn't be, it didn't make sense to him. And told the angel, submit to, wow, what's going on here? I mean, who is this God? Is it Satan? No, but it couldn't be, because the angel says, we celebrate our praise and extol our holiness. That means that wasn't Satan there, that was the God. But he's telling them to submit somebody that's no goddamn good. He said, I know what you know not. And they can't explain that. They try to say, well, Adam's all humanity, is it? Is all humanity ruling the planet? Has China been ruling the planet for the last 6,000 years? Has India been ruling China for the last 6,000 years? Well, let's go to the last 500 years. The most important. Only two nations been ruling. America and Britain. Gog and Magog. That's simple. Let me dwell on that for a minute, brothers and sisters. You see, some of it's outright deception. Some of it is just confusion. Now, you got some people that's outright deceiving what the scripture says. Not that they know what scripture says, but they distort it to conform to what they wanted to say. Then you got those that believe that. You got the ones that they don't know. None of them know, because like I said, sealed Bible, they didn't know. They had no idea what that meant, because they couldn't unbreak the seal. They could not break the seals. So, but that was their guidance. That's the guidance that was given to them, the sealed Bible. So they don't understand it, right? But that's the guidance that was given. How does that make any sense? Well, that's exactly what it says. The Bible they was getting was sealed. It would not it would stay sealed until the Lamb came and unsealed it. And that's the Bible they had. And so some of them take and look at that Bible. They say, okay, how can I use it for my benefit? See? And the others say, well, and then they go out and promote it, and then you got people that believe that. You got two problems right there. One is actually distorting it for their benefit, and the other ones that believe the distortion. So if you look at right now, if you go and look at what's going on right now, they got this thing, the so-called religion thing, right? And the so-called evangelicals. Okay, their idea, they've been told by this Schofield or whatever his name is, right, about the rapture and all that kind of stuff. When things got really bad, and when false Israel, false Israel, they think it's Israel, it's under attack, really, and then that's when Jesus will come back. That's what we want. So in other words, you got a lot of people, they're promoting that. They want this conflict, because they figure the more conflict there be in the Middle East, and the more trouble that Israel gets in, it's going to bring Jesus back. We're going to have a rapture. See, hell going to break loose, but we're going to be saved because Jesus going to. None of this bullshit's in the Bible. That's what they're saying. So this Schofield, whatever his name is, he taught that stuff. We got people believing it. And they say, well, Gog is going to attack Israel. Well, Gog is going to attack Israel. But they say Gog is Russia. See, the idea, Gog is Russia. See, so now you understand why they hate Russia so much. Because you got the evangelical movement pushing Russia. The same thing about Iraq. See, in their idea of Iraq was Babylon. So Babylon could be destroyed in one day. Babylon was the enemy to God. So that's, you see what's driving this? There's another thing that's driving it behind the scenes. I talk about the great dilemma between the Jews and the Christians. I'm just talking about just the evangelicals. I'm talking about that a little bit. And so it's so serious. Damascus would be destroyed, made a heap. Damascus, Syria. So that's their idea. So therefore, you see why they're doing those things they're doing. Libya, that's what they do. Because they think they're following Bible prophecy. And that's why those who love it, help Israel, God will bless them. So that's why we got to do everything, no matter what they do, we got to bless them. They can commit genocide, they can do anything. They can go out there and piss on the Pope. We don't care. Because we got to, see, that's the idea that the Schofield on these people gave them, and they believe it. Now, it's for their benefit that they did that, but people believe that. And so you have to pay attention and research. If you're sitting around watching NFL, all kind of stuff, you're never going to know anything. Then you understand why things are happening like they're happening. This is here. Now you see why. Because the evangelicals are pushing this. Anything's always going to cause Russia. So we got to be on Russia's case because Russia's going to attack Israel. When they do that, that's when Jesus is going to come back. He's going to kill all the Muslims, everybody else, except those people that believe that's his followers. Jesus, that believe in Jesus. And they're going to be raptured. So hell going to break loose, but Armageddon, apocalypse, everything. But they'll be escaped because they're going to be, they believe in Jesus. He's going to pull them up in the sky. Now, if you understand it, and then don't take my word for it, go and check. And that's exactly their idea, prophecy. So that's why they push what they're pushing. They push it hard. But that's wrong. See? So now you understand this goes, Russia is God. Yeah. Babylon was Iraq. Damascus, Syria. See? So that's why they doing what they're doing. Now I talk about the dilemma between, well, let me talk about that a little bit. See, that's the motivation of evangelicals. Because they think they bring about this crisis, and Jesus is going to come back and save everybody, save all of them, and get rid of everybody else. It has a great kingdom for 1,000 years, which is wrong because that 1,000 years talking about chapter 20, that's European history. That's already passed. Anyway, that's their idea. So now you understand the motivation behind. Well, you got politicians saying, we got to do this because the Bible says so. Yeah, but did you elect you to support the Bible? So now you understand that motivation. That's the motivation of evangelicals. You understand what they're about, why they do what they're doing. Right? These are the believers. And you got those on the top, right? That's for their own benefit, but they know these people believe it, so they keep on promoting that. Right? So everybody's behind it because, yeah, that's Bible prophecy. We're doing God's will. They say there's nothing worse than someone think they're doing God's will, but they go all in. See? Then now you got the dilemma between the Christians and the Jews. See? They've been at each other's throats for 2,000 years. Literally. Literally. I mean, during the so-called 1,000-year period, right? 700 years, the Moors, which was black people, that's Muslim, Africans, right? Called Moors because Moors is like an insinuation from Morocco. The other thing is Moors also another black, term for Spanish name for black. You got Negro and you got Moors, right? Moors is well anyway. That's what I've been told. Explained to me. That's what they call it. Now I don't know what they call themselves Moors, but that's what because remember it was Spain they was controlling for about 700 years. It was defeated in 1492, the same year Columbus sailed for America. They controlled. And the Jews used to ran to Spain. They called it the Golden Age because the Muslims there, remember these Moors were Muslims, they protected the Jews from the Christians. They fled to Spain for that protection. Understand that. So they was hunted down in Europe. They was hated and they was killed. So the so-called Holocaust, that wasn't nothing special. Because that was the end result. They said they found a solution. Because it's something they've been working on for 2,000 years. And they came close to doing it. And all the Christians, nations, America, all of them was on board with that. No one tried to stop it. They talked after the fact, but they didn't try to stop it. They didn't bomb any of those concentrated campsites, anything. They knew what was going on over there. And the Jews that escaped Germany came here. You can check, Google it. They escaped and they got a boat, whatever, large, and they brought them. It was a large, I don't know, hundreds of them, thousand, whatever. So on a boat, they came here, and America turned them around. They knew it was sending them back to their death. They were on board with it. And then suddenly, they love him. See? And say, well, how did that happen? They was burning him up a day before, and now they love him. Well, how did that happen? Because Elijah Muhammad happened. And he said, no, 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 because they was getting away with that for years, 1,000 years. We see Abraham. Everybody know they not see Abraham. They're talking about anti-Semites. They're not even Semitic. They're Europeans. But they was getting away with that for 1,000 years. They were exploiting the people. It's like World War II. They won't tell you about World War II. They say, you know, World War II, right? In World War I, when the Germans was fighting the English and everybody else, right? The English went to the Jews and the Jews in Germany, communicated with them, and said, if y'all help us win this war, we will give y'all a land, Palestine, because Britain had control of Palestine at the time. And so the Jews betrayed Germany, and Germany lost the war. That's an actual fact. These were German Jews that betrayed Germany because Britain told them, said, if you betray your country, help us, right? We'll give you. But from my understanding, when Zionism started, the idea of Zionism, because all Jews wasn't on board with that. Okay, the Germans knew this. They knew they was betrayed because they was winning that war. They was betrayed by their own citizens that was Jewish. And they vowed revenge. That's what the Holocaust was. They won't tell you that. They won't tell you that. Because Germany lost that war. They went into total depression. It was really terrible. They had to pay reparations. People were starving. That's how Hitler came to power. He promised he was going to do something about that. And that's why he wrote this book, Mein Kampf. If you read Mein Kampf, he talks about that kind of stuff. And he says he's going to get revenge. When he was in jail, he wrote the book. He said he was going to get revenge. He didn't hide the fact what he was going to do. And the people was on board with it because they realized they were betrayed by their own citizens. Now, America did the same thing. If a portion of this population betrays America in time of war, they would do the same thing. They would kill you too. Every nation would. You see, that's what was happening. They won't tell you, oh, like they was innocent. No, they was getting revenge on them for having lost World War I. That's what that was all about. But Elijah came and said, oh, they knew they had a problem. Because if you read Exodus and read Genesis, that was a problem that Pharaoh had, that we might come together because he has in captivity. We might unite, that we might help fight against them alongside the enemies and flee the country. That was a major, it says it right there, it says it clearly. It was their major fear. And when Elijah started coming to them out, because before that, we thought we were just niggas. We had no, we was cursed to be black. We had no choice. We had nothing for us. We had to obey Master, because if we don't obey Master, Jesus might get mad at us and whoop our ass some more and put us in hell. We was already in hell, but he's going to put us more in hell. That's the idea we had. That's the idea they gave us. We had no other idea. We didn't know Africa. We didn't know anything. They took all that away. They took our name, our religion, our culture, our language, everything. So we was totally vacuum. And we thought we was nothing. We were just niggas. Some of us came to accept that totally. And then he comes and says, no, Elijah, no. You the real seed of Abraham. Uh-oh. And he started identifying with that. People start coming together. Oh, their fear was realized. Oh, man, this man going to bring these black folks together. He's going to make them realize who they are. And man, oof. We're going to have a problem. So we got to stop this. So they put false Israel up. All of a sudden, they loved them. Turn around, all loved them. See, they went home, they got their land, everything, the prophecy, they fulfilled the prophecy, which they're not, because it didn't say it was going back to Palestine. Plus, they'd never been in bondage anyway. They admit that to Jesus, the one you call Jesus. He said, we've never been in bondage anybody. He said they was liars. The book of Revelation said they was liars. Those who say Jews are liars. But anyway, they didn't care. They set it up and said, okay, they're the ones. Because they couldn't have Elijah waking us up to that fact. And then they had to get rid of Elijah. And so in 48, they sent false Israel up. So now false Israel knows that there's a conflict between them and the Christians. They know the only thing that stopped them is the Christians need them to plant us, right? To suppress us. Take out, make sure we have a vision. Said people without vision perish. Elijah Muhammad gave us a vision. Before that, we had no vision. So they had, destroy that vision. And so they needed false Israel to destroy that vision. And that's why they did it. They still hate each other, but they need each other for that. Now, false Israel knows that. They know the only reason why they're there is to keep, is means to keep us down. And you follow the policy of that idea, you see all these other things fall into place. So, they set them up. Now, false Israel knows that's the only reason why they're here. They said they were not supposed to go to Palestine, they were supposed to go to Arabia, between River Euphrates and River Egypt. Check it, that's. They can't say that because they're strong enough to go against Arabia. They might have nuclear weapons, whatever they have, but if they go against Arabia, they can have the whole Muslim world against them, Shia and Sunni. And they ain't ready for that one yet. But that's their main objective. That's what they're supposed to return to. Right? That's what they claim. But they won't say it that way. We got Palestine. It said nothing about their return to Palestine. They returned to Arabia after they are true to Abraham. They pretend to be when they're just Europeans. So they know that they're there to keep us suppressed. They know until they figure what to do with us, then they're good to go over there. And they can control American policy because the angel key tells us that they're the ones controlling American policy. They're controlling European policy. It says it right there. It's called Satan, if you understand the angel key. So they know they have a problem there. They know they're only good and they got control of things as long as they need them to keep us suppressed. But if they ever get rid of us or get rid of that scenario, they don't need them anymore. And then they'll come after them. So that's the dilemma. So they say, we got to move fast. We got to get, so they got nuclear weapons. Right? We got to protect ourselves. We know once they find a way to get rid of them niggas, they're going to get rid of us. So they need to take hold of more. They get control of the Middle East. Now they got the Europeans. You know what? They got nuclear weapons because Europeans are totally dependent upon our oil. So now they got the Christians on their knees. They got nuclear weapons to defend themselves. That's where he's looking at it. You understand? So therefore, that means they got to take control of the Middle East. But they can't take control of the Middle East because of Iran. If Iran wasn't there, they would have taken care of all those countries by now. None of them could withstand. Look how they run through. They ran through Libya, ran through Jordan, they ran through Syria, Iraq. No. The only thing they can't. The problem is, as long as Iran stand there, that slows them down. That prohibits them from taking control of the Middle East, especially Arabia. But that's the ultimate goal. They got to really break the power of the Arabs to do that. So they doing everything they can. Now you see what they're doing. Why they trying to get control of the Middle East? Their main focus is Iran. Iran never bothered anybody. Whether they got nuclear weapons or not, they didn't invade anybody, they didn't bother anybody. But they got to take Iran down because if Iran, as long as Iran's the only thing stopping them taking over the Middle East. That's the only thing stopping them. Now you understand what's going on over there? Now America hates them, but they need them to keep us blind to our vision. You see? So then what are we going to do, man? So we got to help them because they go. So whatever stupid shit they do, we got to support it. Because if they go, these black folks will wake up, and then we got a problem here. They wake up and find out who, because the Bible says, doing the devil they've done to us, they got a problem. That's why they do everything false Israel says do. Because they got to support them, because they can't let false Israel go down. They can make threats, whatever. They got to help them out. That's the evangelicals again, right? See their motivation, false Israel motivation? So they in a hurry to take control of the Middle East, but they can't do it unless they take out Iran. Now America's in a haste to get rid of us. They don't want to take out Iran because once they take care of us, they want to let Iran loose to take out false Israel. Iran's the one they're going to use to take out false Israel. They don't want to get rid of Iran. Iran's the one they're going to use to take, but they first got to get rid of us. So now you got a dilemma there. Who's going to move first? So now false Israel, see, you can tell what they're planning against us once you understand that scenario, because false Israel's on the rush, because they know they're closing on us. And they got to get that before they get us. See, you don't see those things because you're too busy watching NFL, NBA. And something so pathetic. If I ask you how I spell NFL, you couldn't do it. But let me go check the dictionary. How I spell NBA? Blank space. That's the situation our people in. That's going to change. It's not their fault, but that's the situation they're in. It's their fault that they've been hearing this message and don't react to it. But you see what the problem is? I'm trying to give you the motivation of everybody that's involved here. Okay? So they closing on us. So for us to say, we got to get control of the Middle East. What do you control us? And we can't take Iran, but we got to push against them because America will have to save us. So they take out Iran and we take out the Middle East. And then they take out those niggas. Don't matter because we got to control the most economic region in the world. All we're going to be super rich, and we got nuclear weapons. Nobody's going to mess with us no more. The Christians can't mess with us anymore. In fact, we got them on their knees because now they need our oil. We got it. Okay? That's really going on there. You understand the motivation? I'm trying to show the motivation to everybody here, what's going on. Okay? And they see the policies. Because they can't, Elijah Muhammad course was giving you a vision. Plus they got to keep you occupied, distracted, and weak. Otherwise you start thinking about coming together. Then they got to keep infiltrators in there to keep you separated. Who's infiltrators? That's their children. Negroes, that was their children, they raped children. They said somebody an enemy stole the chaff amongst the wheat. Who's the chaff? Who's the wheat? You're the wheat. So it says the enemy stole the chaff amongst the wheat. That was their seed. It's seed, right? Do you have to spell it out for you? The enemy sowed their seed, which was chaff, their seed, amongst the wheat. Abraham's seed. So it was their seed mixed in with our seed. That was causing confusion. Why they did it? The enemy did it because they did it to keep you. If the enemy did it, they did it to be against you. So their seed will be against you. That's the demons. Half devil, half man. That's what the demons are. So that was part of it. They mixed them in there. Okay? Let me talk about that a little more. I'm trying to give you a basic picture. See, the people that are not paying attention, that's their problem. If they want to mock this or ignore it, that's their problem. If I tell you that the movie theater's on fire, you say, okay, I'll check with you later, man. Keep watching. I'm watching Denzel. Who's going to hurt on that? I'm not going to sit there with you. I told you, I'm out. So you ask it, brother, that's your problem. Don't worry about these people. If they don't want to listen to this, that's their problem. We get information. Nobody's saying, hey, if you give me $5, I'm going to tell you that. No, it says a free gift. You don't see me asking you for a dime. You can't give me a dime if you want to. You don't see me trying to control you. See? This is called Superman and Denzel, Ben X and Farrakhan. They got rich off, he's multi-millionaire. That's them. You want to go along, then fine. It's up to you. But see, the devil's boys over here live off us. They live off us. We produce the bread and clothes and all that stuff for them, right? Corn and all that stuff, and for them, right? Eat it. They turn it into shit, and they give us shit to eat. That's simple. But see, we can't understand that. Because what do you think chitlins is? It's shitlins. That's something they wouldn't eat. That's pig shit. They threw that stuff they threw away, which they called it shitlins. And they said, we'll just give it to the niggas. They don't eat it. And we are producing gold and silver and food and biscuits and bread and vegetables and fruits for them. They eat it, turn it shit, and give us shit. It's the same way as pigs. And beats and rapes and everything else. Then you see these Negroes out here fish bumping them. And they be laughing at you. They be laughing at you. They say, well, I got that nigga. Because if you did to them, there's no way in the world they'd be fish bumping you. You can call them Jesus, you call them anybody. They ain't hearing that. They get revenge. The Bible tells you, you're supposed to get it too. It said, do them double as done to you. That's a command, not a suggestion. But like I said, they was living off us. And their children was house niggas. They was living off too, because the master was living off us, and the master gave them what they was getting from us. You saw the movie Django, they had nice clothes. They was eating food and everything else. When the house niggas, that was our day. They had no decent clothes, they had no decent food, anything. It was much worse they showed you in that movie. Make it, fellowship, try to make it a little bit. No. You didn't have no plates. You had no fireplace. I know, because my relatives, when I used to go down North Carolina, they would show me exactly. They were sure coppers down there. They would show me exactly what slave quarters were and everything else. And it wasn't anything like they're showing you. So after so-called slaves, they didn't need you anymore. They didn't need you anymore because they had industrialized. They won't tell you that way. Oh, we thought after 40 years, we thought it was a bad idea, so we let you go. No, they didn't need you in the field anymore. They had machines and stuff to do it. But they always try to play it down like, oh, see how good we are. It took 400 years to figure it out, right? So remember, they got their seed mixing with us. But their seed was eating off the master's table. And we was eating out of the master's ass. Shit that came out of his ass. See? So now, after master couldn't live off us anymore, right? Well, Jesus said, what we going to do, master? Your daddy, what we going to do, daddy? I said, well, I don't know. We ain't going to live off us. Keep living off of them. And that's what they've been doing. Farrakhan been living off of you. He ripped off the nation. He says he robbed the nation. He's the one who robbed the nation. Read Malachi again. The God, Elijah, then somebody robbed the nation in the measure of the covenant, but they don't mention the measure of the covenant. He's a multimillionaire. He don't have any business anywhere. And his son's a multimillionaire. How did it happen? Are you a multimillionaire set up in here, eating out his ass? So all these clowns, they want money. All these preachers, Christians, all of them, they're living off of you. Half of them don't believe in that crap they were talking about anyway. They say, okay, because remember, when you was in the fields, it was their children that come out there was preach to you. Obey master. Be a good nigga. Don't cause no problems. Don't escape what Jesus going to get you. It was there. Children, listen how to preach to you. They obey master. But it was benefiting too, because the more you worked, the harder you worked. The more the master got for them. Because master gave them the leftovers, right? Maybe after he gave to the dog, I don't know, but anyway, you wasn't eating shit. You understand? So now they've been living off you for the last, since the 1860s. These preachers, these politicians, how have you progressed? They're living off of you. And misguiding you, tell, believe in Jesus, keep on believing in Master, go along with Master. Don't listen to Muslim, don't listen to that Farrakhan stuff. Not Farrakhan. Yeah, listen to Farrakhan stuff, right? Excuse me. I get ahead of myself here. They may say it that way. The meaning is that Islamic stuff. No, this is Jesus. Jesus curse you black, hate you, gonna throw your ass in jail, hell. That's what the Bible says. Their Bible says that Jesus curse you black, made you a slave forever. For some bullshit. Okay. But that's now you see. Understand, I'm giving you a full picture of state of affairs here. They're living off of you. Because it tells you right in Mark. They was living off of you. And the Legion says, Louis Eugene Grounds, NOI backwards, says, stop, you're tormenting me. Because the messenger come and say, hey. He gave the man his mind back and told him, you can't live off them no more. He said, please don't make me leave the country. And they want to stay with the swine. Trying to give a full picture here, brothers and sisters. They're living off you. Farrakhan living off you, all these preachers living off you. They don't believe half that. They don't believe, Farrakhan doesn't believe any of that stuff he's talking about. He's not representing Elijah Muhammad, or he would collect that $5,000, wouldn't he? You can't show me. I'll give you $5,000 if you listen to this here. If you can show me one verse in the scripture, one verse in the Bible or Quran that verifies what you say about Farrakhan. You can't. But I can show you 1,000 verses of him being Aaron, deceiver, Peter, son of perdition, son of a devil, liar, robber of the nation. I show all kinds of passages. And the Bible Quran both says if he's so good, such as the Messiah, then why did, when Elijah returned, he wanted to kick his ass in both situations, in Bible and the Quran. So they say both wrong, both of them. So when he returned, he wanted to kick Aaron's ass. And Farrakhan claims Aaron, he's the one who came after Elijah, right? Both of them wanted to kill, break, kick his ass. So if he's such a Messiah, why do they want to kick his ass? Both Bible and the Quran. Let's move on, brother. So I'm getting the basic scenario here. Well, let me say one more thing. I'm going to full picture, right? Now, the inspiration, see, I'm going to go a little later, right? I'm going to 50-year cycle, right? Energize. But they have to keep you weak, uninformed, distracted, right? In your mind on, right, minor things. Okay. So when the Industrial Revolution came on, that's what the Civil War is all about. Anyway, the bottom line is, let's get to the chase here. Now they had a program. I went to the program, so it's not, right? They call SIC codes, Standard Industrial Codes. Okay. When a new industry comes in, the government has to put a sign. You have, if you work at Popeyes, whatever, you have a code that's signed to your type of profession, or if you call it profession, whatever you want to call it. Right? They call them SIC codes, Standard Industrial Codes. So the government applies to every type of work. So when the computers came out, they said, okay, we need to prepare for that industry. So they do a demographics and find, like, say, for instance, modeling came out. They say, well, who would be the best to be that model in the industry? They do demographics. Well, women, obviously, because they're beauty, they're going to attract people, right? They may say, well, maybe they might consider bodybuilders. But anyway, you understand? They look and say, who's going to be best to promote that industry? Do demographics. And once they come up with that, then they have programs to take and encourage people and educate people along those lines. So when that industry comes in, they have people ready to go, to master it, to take control of it. That's the way it works. SIC, Standard Industrial Codes. So when the computer thing came in, they did it, and this is that, and it's hard to find this information now because they're blocking it, right? But I went to the program, so I know it's the exact actual fact. Because I was walking down the street one day after Elijah Muhammad departed. This was in 75, I believe, late 75. And a brother, hey, Hey, brother, you like to get computers? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. I lost everything. I'm damn near homeless because I kind of was ripped off everything. Yeah, yeah. So he told me about the program. He was from the Urban League. Urban League was running the program. So the program went like this. They did demographics and found that black people, original black people, were best suited to the program. This is an actual fact. I went to the program. And they said it would connect to music or something because the creativity had an impact on writing code. They said if the more creative you was as far as music concerned, right? If you had an innate ability, then you'd be good programmers. That connected that. They said, and so they said blacks are more musical inclined. That's what it came up with. I'm not all the details, but the bottom line was that was the bottom line. Came up with that, right? Now, this was during Carter's term, President Carter. So they said, okay, let's start training these people for this industry so we'd be on top of it when it comes in. And so Urban League was the one that was designated to do the administrative side, right? And the IBM Incorporated said they would provide the teachers and the equipment, so you can actually, when you go to school, so Urban League would provide, like I said, administrative, the school, all that kind of stuff, the infrastructure stuff, right? And IBM would provide the technical side, the computers and the teachers and all that kind of stuff, right? Instructors. Then they had a corporation with the outside industry, right? Manufacturer says, but they was starting to get computers. Says, okay, you would hire whoever come out of this class. You would guarantee you hire the top 10%. You would hire those, right? Okay, that was the agreement. So a name like Raheem, right? I made sure I came out top of the class. I went through, it was a 3-month class, and they paid you while you was going. 3-month class. They paid you while you was going. So I went through it, came out top of my class. Right? So I wanted to go work for IBM, but IBM was a big dog at the time, right? They didn't follow their agreement. They didn't want no Raheem up in there. So they had all kinds of reasons why they wouldn't bring me in. But Montgomery Ward did. Remember this during Carter's time. And so Reagan came in after Carter. Reagan shut it down. You had these niggas doing this. This is a critical ministry here. And they start waking up. And next thing they be waking up next door to us because they make a lot of money because this was a critical industry. That means you can make a lot. You can demand a lot of money if you're coder because remember supply and demand. They had to pay you a lot of money, not minimum wage, because you're critical. And so he shut it down. He stopped the program. And then he started visas to bring Indians in. But see, remember, these politicians, Negro politicians, they on board with this because they're against you too. Because they bought on with it. Because they knew it was going to stop black folks from getting those jobs. Because they're going to Indians replace them. And Indians go to school, they train, don't have to pay to go to school. That's what he did. So, and they said, okay, they said, well, we only bring them in. That was the caveat. We'll only bring people in from India because that was the next best choice. If they couldn't get us, get them. They're kind of a little dark skin too, right? So I guess, anyway, but they're not that good. They're a little better than the white folks. Work with them. They're not anywhere as good as we are when we know what we're doing. So they said, only bring them in if they can't find anybody else to do it. And then they set up this thing about 3-strike law, all kind of stuff to put your ass in jail. See, this is what all going on. They don't people put this together. So the thing is, that program shut down, shut you out. And brought Indian. Now, you couldn't find the Indian in the country during that time. In the 70s, you couldn't find one. There's a little Indian community right there in Jersey City on the way to New York. They weren't a computer. I mean, like I said, they were just a new industry. So they said the only brand we can't find, but they make sure we don't get that education. Everybody they shut that down, so you can't go to school for it. And then all of a sudden, college price went sky high, so you couldn't afford to go to college. And then they steered away from computers altogether anyway. Then they brought the Indians, and then they flooded. And they know you're the best to do it, because that's what I did. I actually started my own business, and I know millions of dollars went through my hand. I was making tons of dust, tons of money, and I was good. I was on demand because when they needed something done, they would call me because I was, when I was doing it, I'm doing Injil now, but I was in my own business, own consulting business. So I allowed them to say go for self. So I stopped working for them as an employee and went being a consultant. That's it. They shut down because they didn't want you to have those. And the other thing they did was they also shut down manufacturing. They shut down Detroit. Detroit was a mecca. They sent a job. So they brought the Indians over because they needed to have the computer jobs had to be done here. Industrial job is sent over to China to keep you from getting it, to keep you distracted, keep you weak. But if you start making money, and you start next thing, right? Remember, this is right in the heart of civil rights movement. Oh man, these niggas getting out of control. We can't let them have money. We can't let them have prestige. So we send their job because they're in industrial jobs. And so they send their jobs. So now, and create private prisons for you. All of a sudden they went start private prisons. Why private prisons? Because they made an agreement with the judges. Says, oh, because why you wouldn't buy prison unless you know you got customers, right? So the agreement was, okay, I'll buy this prison, I'll run this prison. But see, the prison is not subject to regular city or state laws. So they could do all kinds of shit that to you they couldn't do legally. And so the agreement was, okay, I'll buy this prison, but you got to guarantee me I'm going to get 10,000 prisoners. Because remember, the state pays them for every prisoner that they have. You're a private owner, but the state gives them maybe $10,000 a year, whatever for each prison. I don't know what the amount is. But they got to make sure it stays full. So there's 3 strikes on everything to make sure you in there. So you go, man, you eat some bubble gum. Hey, man, you eat bubble gum too fast for a prison. Remember, 3 strikes laws. You can rob Walmart apple on Monday. Next year, you rob another apple, 3rd apple. There's apples now, and you in jail for the rest of your life. That's 3 strike law. That's the guarantee they have prisoners. Who's most prisoners in the black folks? So you don't know these things. And these Negroes vote for it. Because they demons living off us. Like I said, Master said, you can't live off us, you can live off of them. And look at this guy. Look up Gus Savage. Look at him. Now, Gus Savage was this guy. He's a Negro, but he got mad because when they was up there around Wall Street, now Wall Street, his name Wall Street came, it was a slave center. They tried to tell the South, no, Wall Street, they talking about money now, financial center. No, it was a financial center for slavery. That was a currency back then. And it was Wall, that's what I call Wall Street, because the line stays along walls. The currency was slavery, that money. I don't give you stuff about capitalism and all that stuff. But let me get to this point here. Okay. So when they was digging, they was going to build this big office building up around Wall Street. And when they was digging, they found there was all slaves in the South, right? This is New York. It was a big slave graveyard there. They started digging all the bones. They found it had been a slave graveyard, but they didn't use tombstone stuff for us, right? And so he said, "Wait, hold, we got to stop this. This should be a memorial here." Now, what he was doing it because he really cared about history, or he was trying to make some money, trying to blackmail, money for whatever reason. That's he put a stop to it. So the Jews said, "We're gonna get your ass." They got mad at him. because they're losing money because they couldn't they're building it on that construction site. They had started, and they couldn't because he prevented, because he said, we're going to make a memorial out of this. So what they did was they went and got, they found some bucktooth Negro, right? I mean, he was literally bucktooth. They support him, the primary, Gus Savage. And Gus Savage found, said, how did this nigga get all this money? Yeah, tons of money. How did he get? Nobody even knew him before. Then he realized that's what the Jews, that's how they get back at him. They support him, they finance support him to get Gus Savage out there. He got mad. When he got mad, then he went and spilled the beans. And you can actually Google it. He's on the floor of they hide it, but you can Google it. On the floor of Congress, he made his official record. He spilled all the beans. He says, because he got mad at the black folks because they didn't support him because the Jews owned them too. So he got mad at everybody. So what he says, he made a congressional record. He says, well, we have a budget every year. He says, I'm just talking a couple of things. He says, and you have so much for this program, this much program. Okay, now we budget so much for black programs, right? But now the Jews, as far as Israel, they need money. They say, we need more money. They said, well, hell, where you going to get it from? We don't cut the pop. Everything is in place. We ain't no room. Well, then the Negro bus, Black Caucus, a vote to take the money out of the black budget. Yup. They get welfare over there. Do you know that? Majority get welfare, they get subsidies and everything else that they said black folks can't get anymore. That's what Clinton did. Give it to them. So he says Black Caucus, they betraying black folks and everything. He laid it all out. So you go check it out on yourself. He spilled the beans, but he was part of it. He got mad. He gonna blow the whistle on everybody. There's all the stuff that's going on. Farrakhan is part of all this. I just gave you a basic idea of some of the things going on that you're not aware of. These all things come together. They live long for you. They make sure you stay weak, economically weak, because the jobs that you would have had, it went to China. That's industrial jobs. And the intellectual jobs, remember, all this came out of your mind, but they don't want you to know that. And the intellectual jobs, they bring Indians over to get, and all they got is private prisons for you. Because the judge agreed. 3 strikes, any little thing, your butt going to jail. And if it's the first strike, you're going to be in there forever. Oh, man, this dude, he was loitering. He was chewing some gum, threw the gum on the ground, and this lady walking, and this lady, my foot got stuck on the, her shoe got stuck on the gum, and she tripped. Right now, that's abuse, attack, or whatever. 10 years, 10 years, 10 years parole. Then you come out, you ain't got no money, you can't get a job. Oh man, let me sell a little reefer. I got to do something. No, man, you back in again. 2 strikes. Oh, I can't be selling reefer no more if I get out 20 years later, right? What I'm going to do, man? I can't get a job, man. Let me see if I find sisters, man. Maybe they take care of me. Yeah. And you go over there, she get mad. She say, he came and beat me up. Okay. You might have done it, right? Now, 3 strikes, don't see you no more. You're through. You're through. Yeah. So why nobody say anything about this? How can I say anything about this? Why nobody say anything about this? I just told you it's absolutely true. It's not much worse than that, actually. That's what's going on right now. That shows you how these preachers and everything, they're working against you. They're living off of you. How they take and make sure you stay weak so they can find a way to get rid of you because they don't need you anymore. Have you heard of AI lately? They're desperate right now. China's using AI on a big time. Big time. They got AI cities. They said they had one factory, they had like 2,000 workers, down to 200 workers now because they got machines doing it. But see, they got a common system, so they don't worry about it because everybody's getting their share of money. That's socialism. Here, the capitalism, no. So they say, well, because they don't need you doing those jobs anymore. They don't need your McDonald's. They don't need your Popeyes. But the point is, what we're going to do with these niggas, if we put robots in their name, what we're going to do with them? Because what they do to you when so-called slavery is over, they give you 4 acres of mule, they throw your ass in a pit, in a ditch. They throw you on chain gangs and stuff. Instead of who else clean after your ass. They threw the demons in the pitch with you, told them, you can live off them niggas, you ain't live off us. That's what they did. But they ain't need you anymore in the field. But they tell, oh no, we loved you. What, did you get those jobs? Did they promote you, they educate you? No. They give 40 acres of mule, they gave you none of that. Plus you helped win the war. Right now, they're trying to figure out what to do, because if they pay, they got to put AI in, because China's kicking their ass. Because if they got to pay you $10, $20 an hour, so now they got to sell a hamburger for what, $1.50? They put a robot and they sell a hamburger for 50 cents. Make it still big of a profit, because they ain't got to pay that robot a damn thing, just charge him up at night. He's going to do a better job than you. He going to work 24/7. He didn't take any breaks. They already have it. And they got to put it in because China's kicking their ass, because China's price is low and everything else. They got to compete. And so America, that's doing all these tariffs. Like, why do you think they put tariffs? Why do you think, you understand what tariffs are? You paying attention here? That means if China can sell you a car for $1,000, where you got to pay $10,000 for the same car here, you're going to buy China's car. They put $900, $9,000 tariff on it. So, of course, same thing is here. That's why they're doing it, because they can't compete. They can't keep doing that. So they got to bring the price down. What are they going to do? They got to put AI in there just like China does. That means they got to get rid of your dumb ass. Because they don't need you anymore. But you ain't going to sit there and starve, and they ain't going to give you no welfare because they took $23,000 in debt. They ain't going to get no welfare any damn way. They don't need you anymore. They're trying to figure out how to get rid of your ass. So now they're bringing military in. They're killing. They're doing a race war in Gaza to get people used to killing your ass. But they call them desert niggas over there. So why think they call them? Because they know they're half brothers. They may look white, but they're half brothers. That's why I call them. That's why they call them desert niggas. And they're showing they're killing the race war going over there. And it says the people's hearts fell in the field because they know what's over there is coming here. A race war is coming. They're going to get rid of you. They got to get rid of you. They have no choice. Or the economy's going to collapse. They need robots. They don't need you anymore. They're trying to figure out how to deal with it. So that's why I'm bringing these things in. They're talking about putting you, now they can put prisoners down in El Salvador, American citizens. Who do you think, who's in the jails? They should be asked down there or shoot you here. Because right now, the way Trump got it set up is that he's already showing he's killing those people down there, just blown away. He's setting the tone. He's just killing people in the boats down there in Nicaragua and Venezuela, just showing them. He don't have to try and prove anything else. He's setting the standard because nobody say anything about it. So he has to start shooting you on the streets here. That's why they put in the militaries in all these places. So and now they're talking about arresting Obama. Anything to get you fired up. Then you start riding, he can just shoot you. That's where they set it up. They got to get rid of you. They have no choice. Because AI says, hey, all those jobs that you're doing, they got AI to do it. I don't care if you think you're a seamstress, or you think you're a lawyer, or you think whatever you think you is, they got AI to do it. China's already implementing it. You know, the best electric car on the planet right now is in China. And it's much cheaper than here. It's a fact. Just don't Google it. Don't take my word for it. Just Google it. Everything I say, you check. But why don't bring it here? Because it's cheaper and it's better than what they got. They put a tariff on it. See? All these pep boys and stuff, you know, I try to tell you, I get famous. I said, they don't have it over there. Because the car, let me explain a couple of things. They got a situation over there where you don't have to buy a car. They put cars all over the place. Automated cars, driverless cars. And so what happens is that you got an app. So you come out of conference, whatever, and you say, I want to go someplace, you hit the app. And the nearest car is available, light up. You get in their car, drive yourself to the place you want to go to. You don't even need it. They got high rail, all that high speed, all that stuff. High speed trains. And they got the best electric cars on the planet. And they're much cheaper. And like these Pep Boys, you don't need that anymore, because what happens is that these driverless cars, when they need a thing, the light comes on, it drives itself over to the Pep Boy, and it got a computer in there that makes the changes. That's why you see brothers, so-called brothers, that they laying them off. They don't need them in Pep Boys anymore. They're trying to gradually bring the machines in to let you know what's happening. And more and more going to jail because they can't put food on the table, can't find any work to do. They got to figure out a way. Immigration. See? So they're getting practice on grabbing you up. And, see, they're practicing. See, grabbing up. So you're gonna be the next. They're practicing. They said, if you're on the football team, right, don't you practice before you go to the game? What you practice on? You practice on dummies and stuff, don't you? They're practicing. Look what they're doing. They're gonna apply it to you in a minute. Once they get it down, they don't need you anymore. But anybody talk about that? Ben X talking about it. They're gonna pay a hell of a price. Ben X, stylists, all these clowns, Ishmael, Farrakhan leading the so-called son of man. And they got so many of them out there now. They explain any of the stuff to you. They tell you about what's about to happen. I'm just telling you what's about to happen here. I've been talking about what's about to happen over the Middle East. That's going to trigger this. Because when that war starts, all it's going to kick into motion. When that war restarts, and it's going to start any day now. All the thing I just told you, I gear. Anybody tell you about it? They tell you what you're going to do about it? They ain't even talking about it. Therefore, that's why it's going to be a shock to you. If they've talked about it, they still don't tell you what to do. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I didn't mean to get into all of that. But time is running out, brothers and sisters, and I'm just giving you as much information as you can if you will accept it. That's up to you. I don't want your money. I don't want to control you. I don't want no followers. I definitely don't want any followers. That's a headache. I'm giving information. And you apply it or don't apply it. That's on you. If you don't apply it, then you don't want to hurt me. I'm not going to let sleep over it. I feel bad about the people that would have applied if they'd heard it. But some of you heard it, and I don't want to hear that shit. Oh, don't hear it. Brothers and sisters. The mouth. You got a big mouth. Talking loud, saying nothing. Living off you. He didn't produce a goddamn thing. Somebody rebuilt the nation of Islam. That's a lie. Was with Elijah. He ain't built a damn thing. Nothing. He built himself, his own pocketbook.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
They're openly guilty of this. But I'm not even going to waste time talking. Well, I'm going to say it that way, but I talk about over and over again. Anybody's paying, I'm saying it's going to be easy to identify the chaff from the wheat. Because all you got to do is ask, did you check what they were saying? Malachi, what about the messenger of the covenant? It mentioned that Malachi. We said Elijah, the last one. It says two messengers there. There's two messengers there. Elijah, and then he prayed away for another messenger, the messenger of the covenant. Why you never talk about that one? That's the one that's going to get you home, the messenger of the covenant. Why you don't mention him? He said Elijah prepared a way for him, but you never mentioned at all. Then who is the messenger? Then what covenant is he talking about? He's the messenger of the covenant. What covenant? Oh, Abraham's covenant. Why you don't mention the covenant? You don't mention the messenger of the covenant, and you don't mention the covenant. And God says the messenger of the covenant is coming. So you say he ain't coming. So you call God a liar right there. And then when you go to the covenant, it says after 400 years, 1619 to 2019, we were going to turn home, and it says exactly where. Between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt, and that's Arabia. Check the map. We ain't going nowhere. So you're calling God a liar there too. So you're calling the messenger of the covenant a lie, and you're calling the God a liar. You're calling both. You're calling God a liar, say we ain't going nowhere, and you say they ain't no messenger of the covenant. Calling God a liar on two counts. And then, well, who is the messenger of the covenant? Then you go to Joshua for that. Oh, Aaron's last, and nobody. Well, it said Joshua's the one to take you home. He's the one to fill a covenant. Never mention him. Not a word, not a peep. They talk about Exodus, Elijah, Aaron, but then stop right there. They talk about Malachi, God, Elijah, right? The message of the covenant. They talk about 400 years of captivity and everything else. But no, return home. No, we ain't going nowhere. I'm lying. This plays out.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flavor as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color.
Yeah.
It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family. Let's stay a family, be a family, and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. I had to do that. We love you. One more time, brother.
That's a goddamn lie. Nothing. Elijah Muhammad taught. Nothing in the lessons. Nothing in the message black man for America. I say it right. Support that bullshit he just says. It's a goddamn lie. Totally opposite. Total opposite. He's pissing and shitting on Elijah Muhammad and Master Muhammad. Let's say just the opposite. Said they're 100% wicked, 100%, not 99.9, and it cannot be reformed. Removing the planet. I'm saying the devil, all of them. Oh, no, he's our brother. Find one verse. Anything Elijah said, even remotely, you can't. I give $5,000. I said $1 million if I had $1 million. I know you couldn't get it. See? I want you to think I'm just saying stuff. I will give you $5,000. I have $5,000 if you could show me one verse that support that bullshit. Anything Elijah Muhammad said in the scripture, anywhere. Right here. And, oh, you said the Quran is holy and it's perfect, right? What the Quran says. Do not take Jews and Christians for friends. He want to take for brother. So what about the Quran, fool? Truth made so true, so clear. Right? Truth made so simple, even a fool would err. That show you right there. They're liars. It says, but it was most, listen carefully. It didn't say grievous chastisement, it's the most grievous. Oh, hatred for those folks is off this chart. Come on, brothers and sisters. What you call that? Kissing on them. See, he played that game. See, he says, see, Malcolm played that game too. The left says, who says the Caucasian white man is the devil. Don't say the white man, it says the Caucasian white man. See, that's what lessons say. So Malcolm, he played that game, says, oh, he went to Arabia. So now everybody there, they white, they really dark-skinned people, but they bleached themselves. That's no strum to go, because original Arabs were dark-skinned people. Right? Prophet Muhammad was black. They can talk about that bullshit they want to, right? Ask yourself a simple question. They're artists, they're writers, all that stuff. When Prophet Muhammad was on the scene, sculptures and everything else. Now, nobody, this the man took over Arabia, brought down the Roman Empire, and nobody wrote a description of him, wrote a picture of him, or just sculpture him. Are you think I'm stupid? They're hiding it. They didn't want you to know he was black. No description. The man of the hour, everybody's paying attention to. They got to write the whole Quran down, every word he spoke from the Quran, everything else. But nobody said, oh, he looked like this. He had nappy hair, woolly hair. Well, he had black skin. Nobody says, well, sculpture or something, nothing. But they wrote everything else. Hadith was a book that they wrote. That they wrote come from him. It didn't come. That was his interpretation of the Quran. They wrote that down. They wrote all that down. I mean, that's not the Quran. Hadith is not the Quran. How can they write a description here? But they want you to know. Now they tell you, oh, God made some. God didn't make anybody no goddamn womb. Well, God's a man. Well, if he's a man, you say he's a man, but then also now this sometimes he prays. Well, who is he praying to? And if he's the God, he's not a God. He praying to somebody. But God's not a spook. Well, then but he can't be flesh and blood because you can't pray to flesh and blood. See, they're all mixed up over there. This Farrakhan talking about, no, you can't worship Master Muhammad because he's flesh and blood. Yeah, but he's supposed to be the God. Yeah, but he prays. Well, then who's he praying to? We should be praying to. We's praying to. It's all messed up over there. Because they're all lying over there. See? It's all a bunch of lies. But God, see, the reason why I told you that God makes room stuff, the Quran says that, but that's not what they mean. They're talking the science, what makes the womb was chemistry, genetics, DNA, egg and sperm. They say, no, God controls the matter. Well, then what you need sperm and egg for? It's bullshit. But God's perfect. Well, why did he make imperfect beings then? It's all bullshit because they don't understand what they're talking about. The reason why they push that in that way, because that's the way to get around Farrakhan followers being the devil. It don't matter if his father the devil. Because if his father the devil, he's the seed of his father. It means he's a devil too. Black-faced devil. They don't want, right. Well, God made some womb, it don't matter. No matter what, because God formed them. No, that's bullshit. God didn't form me in the womb. I didn't ask to be here. And he ain't formed me in no damn womb either. My mother and father formed me in the womb. that was their idea. So if I got a problem, I have to go with them. I ain't calling on Jesus. Hey, Dad, Mom, what you bring me in this world for? It's on them. Well, honey and son, we was partying and, boom, boom, boom. Here I am. Boy, what a world. What a world. Ooh. Right? But then the Christians tell you, God made you the womb. But you're imperfect. Well, but whose fault is that? You deal with the manufacturer, right? Not the product. But he's perfect, but he's an imperfect being. And then but if you don't get it right, you better be perfect. Wait a minute, you made me imperfect, but you better put your ass in jail forever and ever. What the fuck is that shit? I didn't ask you for that. I asked you to be here. If you roll like that, man, in hell, you might as well put me in hell now, because shit, dealing with you is going to be hell there forever. That's where you come in. That's how you showing up. It's all bullshit. You didn't ask to be here. You come here, you're imperfect, but the God made you perfect, and then because you make a mistake, he put you in a situation, he put you in put your house in confusion, and tell you better not be confused. You better figure it out, or I'm gonna burn your ass up. What? What the hell is this? And you believe that shit? If you believe that, then we all messed up to begin with. It's, we don't have no hope. That's what they're trying to sell you. Nothing like that. But they made everything good. That's what they're trying to say. Well, how about Satan then? What happened to him? Where does evil come from then? If God's perfect, where does evil come from? Because they got you, they make sure you don't think. And they put so much fear in you, you're afraid to think. Or just believe it. Just believe it. Okay. So that's why I do that, because that when womb stuff, one drop black blood make you black. It might make you black, don't make you original. You are the seed of your father. There's nothing going to change. If you put an orange seed in the ground, nothing going to change it from being an orange seed. Orange tree or whatever. It might not grow, but it's not going to change from being orange. Nothing can change that. I don't care whether you put in the sand, put snow, whatever. So he's a devil, a black-faced devil. They said, no, God made the womb, so that's how he got it around it. But see, you buy it. Move on. He's going down in a minute. Some of you are going to be very upset because you realize you was taken. And if it found out that you heard this information, you rejected for them, you got trouble. You got a lot of trouble. See, now if you haven't heard it, total forgiveness. Total forgiveness, because we don't blame our people for this. We don't accuse them. But the resistance, it tells you, anything this rock falls on is crushed. Anything that falls against rock is broken. That means any resistance is going to be broken or crushed. So if you heard it and didn't react, you're part of resistance. If you resist, you've been excellent, you resistance. Farrakhan, you resist, all these resistance, this message is a pure message, a perfect message, tell you exactly what's going on, and it doesn't cost you anything. It says a free gift. Nobody asks you for a dime. Nobody's telling you to do anything. Just giving you information. So if you don't reject it, if I throw you a lifeline, you reject, you drown. Whose fault is that? The Benjamins. I laugh at this, bro. Says, let me say it quickly. I told you about the 4 seasons. We're going from winter to spring. So if you're in the winter, all your wealth is based on snow and ice and all that kind of stuff, right? Because that's the material of the winter. But when spring comes, all that, if you understand the general sense, spring comes, there's no trace of winter left, is it? As it transitions, it transitions to spring, the winter gets weaker and weaker and weaker. So eventually, the winter is totally eradicated. And so all that wealth they think they got, everything else, it's going to be worthless. That's why I say go throw the gold and silver in the street. They laugh, oh, I got this. But spring is coming, all that shit's going to be worthless. Worthless. Oprah, Denzel, all that stuff is worthless. That's why right now money is getting in trouble. America's in trouble, everything else, because they're the winter people. They're the winter season. And spring is destructive to them. They're going to resist it. You can't blame for resisting it, but it's a vain thing. You can resist the spring, but you can't stop it, can you? Okay, let's get into some of the things here, brothers and sisters. Let's look at this. You see here, and this is simple mathematics. Now see, consider a balloon underwater. Now, why would a balloon got air in it to be underwater? Was it going to get underwater by itself? Is it possible for a balloon, the air in it to be underwater? Is that possible? No, not. You have to put it underwater. You have to force it to be underwater. So if you sit underwater, you know there's a force holding underwater because it won't stay there by itself. It's impossible. So it's acting other than itself. Why are you underwater? That ain't your natural way. Why are you acting underwater? Well, you don't have to ask. Say, if you see wind blowing, you see the leaves blowing, you know it's wind. You don't have to see the wind. You see the leaves, you know it's the wind blowing because you see the leaves shaking. You see, okay. So then, okay, now you're going to identify what's keeping that balloon underwater. If you eradicate the force keeping underwater, if it's some kind of obstruction or somebody got their foot on it or something, a weight on it or something, once you move that, it pops immediately above water, immediately. See how people come going immediately. Why? Because what's holding them down is destroyed immediately. Babylon destroyed in the day. How people come. Why say that? Why it says Babylon destroyed in the day? Why it says the nation born in the day? Why say that? Because both happen simultaneously. Because Babylon is the one that's keeping us from being born. It's blocking the womb. When they destroy, we come together immediately. See the great army. Because that's what's happening. We're in that situation because there's a force caught on us, forcing us, and so you can figure out the nature of the force by, you figure the nature of the wind by the way the leaves are blowing. If they're blowing northward, then you know that's where the wind is blowing. If it's going southward or it's blowing up or down, you can tell how fast the wind, powerful the wind is, how the leaves are shaking. So you can identify the wind by just looking at the leaves. So we can identify the force that they apply to us by the result. So we see if we like that, that means, that tells you that they're doing that. They're the force that's causing that. See, take a nigga to make a nigga. If we niggas, they made us in niggas. They take a nigga to make it. If there was angels, they would have made us angels. They're the niggas. But they changed to be like them, didn't they? Is your name Muhammad Rahman? Or is it Alfred Bozo? Are you Muslim or you got a cross around your neck? You speaking Swahili or you speaking Birmingham, Alabama? You understand what I'm saying? So that's them. We mean it's like them. What you're seeing is them. That's who they are. They're seeing. They say that's us. No, that's that fire cop point to you. See how y'all niggas, man, you're sinful and everything else. No. That you seeing right there, you seeing the devils. Remember how they talking about used to be, or how women was walking around naked? No, in Africa, they went around naked. Remember that we said? I don't you some of you probably too young, right? They had a Tarzan movies and all that kind of stuff, right? Black women went around naked. And everything, you know. You been outside lately? Been to the gym lately? They walking around in their panties. Even worse than that. You got pants all crack up their ass and every damn thing else. Everything exposed. They might as well have nothing on. The next stage, they're going to start wearing transparent panties. I'm telling you, if they went another 10 years, they've been wearing transparent panties. They say, well, it's clothes. There's no law against being transparent. I got clothes on. That's them. And the hoes out here, they getting upset. They said, well, we used to be able to advertise. Now we can't advertise no more because everybody's looking like us. So nobody know who we are now. We can't make no money. That's them. When you look at that's them, what you're looking at. That's not us. That's them. They say, and Farrakhan say, see, he's pointing to you because he's one of them. He's the accuser of our brethren. That's what it says in chapter 11. The accuser of our brethren is cast down. He's the accuser. Because he accusing us for what they did. Their response for this. Once they're gone, we can come back together. That balloon, once that goddamn foot that's holding us down is broken, destroyed, balloon comes back. Immediately, see the great army. A exceedingly great army. They say exceedingly great choir. Exceedingly great army. Ready to kick ass and take names. Exceedingly great army. Great. Overnight. Because Babylon went down overnight. The force that was holding us down goes out. So there's nothing holds us down. We spring up immediately. Bam. Exceedingly great army. Untouchable. That's them. They didn't niggas. But they was angels. They was made us angels. They made us like them. One brothers and sisters. See here? See, we inside them, and we have different natures. So two different natures, they conflict with each other. That's basic mathematics. So we're under their control. So that means we under pressure, we under stress, because you got two conflicting natures. And so since they're the dominant one, then we're suppressed because we have to act like them. Otherwise, they come after us. Because if you were cat and dog land, you better act like dogs or you're going to get eaten. If you're cat and dog land, you got to act like dogs. And you got to have the mind of a dog. And if you have a mind of a dog, that means you're going to hate cats. You hate yourself. Because you're going to be oppressed if you try to act like a cat. If you want to be oppressed, you got to start acting like the dogs. So if we don't be oppressed, we got to start acting like them. We got, oh, I'm a Christian. My name is James Brown. Jimmy Buckleneck. I speak good English. I love Jesus. And then they don't bother you. Remember having to saw Cassius Clay? Oh, they loved him. But when he came Muhammad Ali, all of a sudden, he felt the full pressure on him. He took his license away, couldn't box, tried to put him in jail. He said he made more money than he ever made after he changed his name because they would fill auditoriums, they would fill the stadiums in, pay big bucks because they want to see his ass get kicked. They hate him so much. Why? Because he's not trying to be back himself again. Because when you hate something, you change it. The more you hate it, the more you change it. That's basic idea, basic understanding. If you hate something, you change it or you get rid of it. Either way. But if you hate 100%, you're going to change 100%. That's basic. What's so difficult about that? Well, did they change us from 100%? There's a hate 100%. Now, oh, I changed that car. Now I like it. You like it once it's changed, but try to change back. Oh, man, I painted that damn car red. Oh, man, it's fading back. It's going back to the black, man. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want it red. That's why I painted. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't like the black. Hate the black, so you wanted the red. That show you. If we try to change back, you try to go back to who you are, and all of a sudden, now you start feeling the stress. Because you only feel it unless you're doing exactly what they want you to be, acting like they want you to be. Or you lose your job, lose your profession, lose your friends. Okay, so cool, they can't tell you, oh, you got problems now. Best that Peter Puppernick, the cross around your neck. See. Understand, brothers and sisters? So the thing is, this is just basic mathematics. This is what they try to prevent from happening. This right here. I'm going to show you. Okay. If we rise and we have more power than them, the same thing. They live in our world. Our world be oppressive to them, just like their world is oppressive to us, because they have to act like we want that. You can't eat no pork in here. You can't bring no damn dogs up in here. You can't that transgender shit. You can't bring all that. See, oh, they'll feel oppressed. See? Because they can't live like we live. But they're forced to live like they live. You got Negro butts, they're mostly demons. When I was growing up, I didn't know it. When I was growing up, any black folks had any dogs. I remember I was living on Freeland High, West Runyon Street. West Runyon Street? No, that was West Runyon. What was that? Got Freeland High, anyway, down in Newark, right? Can't remember the name of the street. Sherman Avenue. That was Sherman Avenue. Because school right around the corner, right? Mill Street School. You seen the dogs around, and I didn't know any black folks had a job. And somehow someone gave, the apartment was living in, black people, their own apartment. So we rent from them. So we lived on third floor, they lived on second floor. I was a child, right? I was about 4 or 5 years old, somewhere around there. And so somehow somebody gave my dog something, so they gave it to him. They gave it to, I don't think they had a kid. I don't know what the story was. Anyway, they gave it to my father. So my father gave the dog to me, and I had never seen a dog before. And that dog, it was a black cocker spaniel I called the Bell. About a week after that, man, I was out there in the mountains. They had a mountain, I forget they call those out there in Newark, right? In New Jersey. They call those mountains. People go out there for picnics and stuff, right? I was so sick, I passed out. We went to the hospital. I'm about 5 years old, right? If I got there 10 minutes later, I'd have been dead. I knew what the hell was going on. I was totally messed up. So I was in the hospital for a few days, and I came home. Bell was dead because they said Bell ran the street and got hit by a car. Okay. So a few years later, we moved to another place, right? And I got another dog, I think, called Lady, right? Because, I Bell, so I would miss my Bell. So I said, because there wasn't any dogs in the neighborhood. So I don't know where they went and got a dog from. I got sick again. Still nobody made a connection. And Lady got hit by a car, right? And because and so bottom line is, Then once I got in IT, I got my own business, right? We used to, like, they have lunch and meetings and stuff like that there. So go out. And so we're driving, a bunch of people get together and they go out. And I ride in somebody's car, right? I'm like sick as a dog, sick as hell. I said, what the hell is going on here? Right? And I go out and come back sick. I didn't realize because they had dogs in their car. I mean, the dog wasn't there at the time, right? But, dog hair and stuff. So it wasn't until I moved to Florida. It's like 94, I think. And my daughter, we had a house, Wedgwood Place, I think it was. Nice little house, pool and everything, right? Uh-oh, what happened? My camera's gone. Hold on. Let me ask this for a second here. That house on my daughter, she wanted some rabbits. So I went and got her those rabbits. I think it was one rabbit, might have been two. Might have been two, but I know at least one. We had like an indoor, I don't know, area, right? Closing, screening area. So she had the rabbit up in there. Next thing I know, I was sick, and we had a garage, and it was like a enclosed, attached garage. And I got so sick I couldn't move. Everybody was sleeping. I had to crawl. I crawled to my car and made it to the hospital. I made it just in time, right? And they couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. So they gave me a whole lot of antibiotics, took the antibiotics, and I was good for a couple of days. I had a contract, right? And the woman that ran the contract, she told me, well, you can work from home, because I was really sick, right? But, and that made it worse, because I'm there with that rabbit. I got really sick again. So the doc said, wait a minute, something else going on here. So he started talking, talking. He asked me, was I eating and all that kind of stuff, right? Then it came out to those rabbits. He said, when did you get the rabbits? Oh, I got sick right after I got those rabbits. And that's when he found out I was allergic to pets. I'm 50-some years old now. Damn, died several times. See? Now, nobody ever knew why this was happening to me. And the reason I'm saying that, because I'm sure a lot of children die in America because of that, and they don't realize that's what the cause was. They're not going to tell you that, because they love these animals so much. Because they put out a paper not too long ago. They put when there was internet, you can't find now. These doctors, it was some kind of medical organization. They put out a paper that says people should get rid of their pets. That's what it said. It says a health risk. It disappeared. I've been trying to find it again. Shut that down. So you find a lot of the Negroes out here, they must be demons, or maybe they ain't. They got 4 or 5 dogs. I never seen that. I never saw black folks with dogs. And all of a sudden you see them out there, they got more dogs than white people got. I'll tell you a story about that, but I'll move on. Because they believe in our world. Now that's what they want to prevent. That's resistance. Because the scripture says, do double them as he's done to us. But that's what would happen automatically anyway. Because if we get control, they'd have to live under our law, under our system, which would be totally against them, because our natures are totally adverse to each other, totally. It's not 10%, it's 100%, 100% different. If it's only 50%, then it wouldn't be, it's 100%. We proved that during the Holocaust. I'm trying to show you why they were, what their motivation is, plus the AI thing. They put these things together, bro, and says, we're in trouble. Well, at least you're in trouble if you ain't paying attention to this. I know what to do. I know when to do it. I'm not going to be caught up in this. It says the Lamb will not be caught up in this. But you will. And the reason why you caught me, because you didn't listen to Elijah. If you listen to Elijah, you would be going to tribulation. You'd be out of here when the lamb goes, when Michael comes, he delivered the elect and the lamb, and the rest didn't wake up too late and they had to go to tribulation. But you see, because you let the Farrakhan take you down. You're not listening now. See, it says, men's hearts failing them from fear of the expectation of those things was coming on earth, the powers of heaven will be shaken. We're saying all that stuff I'm telling you see over the Middle East right now, that's what heaven is. I'm not going into details. I said, where heaven's beyond sun, moon, and stars, was under the earth, or after you die, how would they know? That'd be someplace they can see. They see what's happening there is about to happen here. In spades. They got a race war going on there right now. It's a race war. They won't call it that because it might wake you up. Europeans against the Arabs. It's a race war. Economic war. They're trying to take control of the oil in the Middle East. A religious war. Shia and Sunni about to go after it. This is a few days, brothers and sisters. My calculation before Christmas. Well, actually, before that, the 21st of December, which is what, 12 days from now, something like that. We'll see. Farrakhan is going. He's history. He'll be first to go. And they want me. They bring the troops in the cities. All that stuff. Remember, before you have a game, you got to practice. They're practicing. They be set to move in on you. They got to get rid of you. Is that too hard to understand? And they're going to put AI in, what they're going to do with you? You know, they asked this guy that ran for president from Texas, I can't think his name was, in the last election. And one reporter asked him, says, well, what are we going to do about AI? Is that going to help people's jobs? He said, oh, no, we're going to send them a check. And you believe they're going to send you a check every week? They don't need you. No jobs for you. China got all your industrial jobs. India's got all the AI intellectual jobs. And there's not too much left in Popeye. They don't need you in those places anymore. They don't need your administrative jobs. They don't need you. And they got to get rid of you because they can't compete giving you that kind of money when they can have a rope button there, do the whole thing, got to pay them a damn thing. They got to charge you $2 for a hamburger when they can charge you 10 cents for a hamburger. But they ain't got to pay no overhead. Keep listening to these clowns out there. Ben X, Eric, blind leading the blind, they both fall into a pit. Okay, let me talk about this and then I'll tell my close, brothers and sisters. Now, this is a history thing. See, we're trying to explain this information, brothers and sisters. This stuff, everything I say, you can check out easily. Let me move myself out of the way here. Now we're going back here to switch in the fields, right? The house niggas and the field niggas, right? The house niggas was their children. He said, Django, that was probably his brother. He was probably DiCaprio's brother. They're probably the same father. That's why he identified the way he identified, right? So their children, they would have them working in the house because they could trust them. Because they want to be like master. All they want is master to recognize them as the rest, like they recognize their white children. Then we had us in the fields. It was all called niggas, right? Okay. Let's move on. Then 1860s. Now, the short of it is the universe expands and contracts. All the energy that used to be here is out there now. Now it's coming back. It comes back every 50 years. It's momentous in heaven and earth, like the Quran says, coming about sudden. An energy wave comes, so energizing earth, energize everything on earth. Right? So we started getting energized. We got our first energizing, because otherwise we was getting less and less energy. We got down to the point we had no energy to do anything. We lost control of ourselves. But now we start being energized. So 1860s. And then that's when the blues came out. Check this out. Because that reflected our emotions. We had the blues. We know what to do. 1860s. Right? We had two groups there. So at that point, we had two ideas, right? We had two ideas. Yeah, one says, I want to stay here with Massa. It's niggas, right? Because remember, they love Massa. There's one Massa that recognized them as their white children, because they are their Massa's children. They skin folk. They're devils with white black skin. And they have same nature as Massa. That's what Massa recognize them. Understand that. And we got different natures. We want to get away from Massa. So we had two things going there. We stopped calling ourselves niggas, start calling Negroes. See? It's 1860s. Check it out. That's when blues came along. And then let's go 50 years later. Oh, approximately 50 years. Now jazz. Oh, we started learning about Africa. We didn't know anything about ourselves, right? Now we started learning about Africa and where we came from, that kind of stuff. So we got jazzy. Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey, right? So we start, that's original people. But the Baskin Devils, oh no, we got to be more like Massa. We start dress like Massa, talk like Massa, learn better English. See, they want to be more like Massa and jazz. Just check it out. That's when these things came along. Okay, let's go 50 years ahead again. Oh, again, original people think, now, hey, we know about Africa. Let's get the hell back to Africa. Let's get the hell out of here. You know, but now let's separate from these people. And these here said, no, now we all consider ourselves black. We all still consider ourselves the same people. Right? We know something wrong, something different between us. We have two different ideas, but we still consider ourselves part of the same family. But this one says, no, we don't want to just be like you, man. We want to live with you, man. We want to totally accept. We want civil rights. We want to be exactly like you, man. We want to be totally accepted. We're your children. We want to be exactly, we're Christians. We love you. We want to live next door to you. We want to get the same privilege your other children do. Your white children do. We your children. We just got black face. We your children. We want to be like you. See, that was integration. So who was? This the voice of integration. Martin Luther King. This the voice of separation. Elijah Muhammad. Then we stopped calling ourselves colored. I'm blacks over here, and they call Afro Americans over here. And then a new music came out. Every 50 years, new music came out. They reflect our attitudes. And then I'm black and I'm proud, right? See? New music, more powerful, reflecting our attitudes. You got too big a division. See? So now the division starting to get strained because we start saying, wait a minute, hold it. Man, y'all, why y'all, how come we don't think alike, man? What's going on here, man? We all same family, right? Let's move ahead 50 years. Now the gaps be so great, we realize, oh no, they ain't our people. Now we know they that's Massa's people. They Oreos. They look like us. They skin folk. That's what Suleiman, he didn't want to separate the chaff from the wheat. Because up to that, the chaff and wheat was together, so everybody was all mixed up. We thought it was all one thing. But remember, he come along, he said, no, chaff and wheat, they're two different things. They separate them. So those are demons over there. See? And they said, let's get the hell out of here. Let's get back to Arabia. He's a messenger of the covenant. So he fulfills the covenant. He actually gets back to Arabia. And he says, no, we're going to take America. We're going to just be America. We're going to take America. We're going to take America. See, we're going to be totally empowered. Because we are one, massive, we're the same family. So new music will accompany that. But that's where we are right now, to 2020s. So let's see. We know what Martin Luther King said, that consistent with that idea. Well, let's see what the consistent with that idea would be for a person at this stage. Let's see what that would be. See how he would talk.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Waterford and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't you go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
You can see the attitude he got. What's the attitude he got? That sound like original attitude. Because Elijah Muhammad taught separation. Get the hell out of here. Pharaoh said, we're not going nowhere. He says, like here. Right? You want to see nothing happen to America. Remember now, at this point in time, the division becomes so strained that we realize that we're two different people. They really masters children. They blackface, but they wolves. And we sheep. So at that point, we recognize that they are our enemy. So we have hate for them and they have hate for us. You understand? At that point in time, the strain becomes so great that we recognize at that point that we're two different people. They ain't us. They're demons. They chaff. They ain't wheat. Let's look at what he has to say about the other side.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, we are. That's real, both sides. That's real. When we were alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets. We owned buildings. We owned farmlands. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Did you hear it again? Both sides, male and female, both sides. Remember, these are people that he's putting food on his table, made him multimillionaire. He's living off of. I told you, demons living off us. Devil, master, you can live off them niggas. He's the ones putting food on his table, putting $1,000 suits on his back, right? $10,000 rings on his fingers, dressing bills and stuff. He neglects the fact, the state, first of all, that Wallace and him is the one that killed the nation. He's celebrating Wallace, right? Him and Wallace, they're the ones that killed the nation. When it was alive, they're the ones that killed it. They destroyed it, got rid of it. They got rid of NOI, started something called Belialians. So all the money, ripped off the whole nation, left the Bleeds with nothing. Got rid of all the assets. The bank, clothing stores, food markets, everything. Housing, all of it. No, because I was there. Keep that in mind. Now he's a buzzard, come back, live off what he killed. Who we talking to now? Let's play it.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, we are. That's real. Both sides. That's real. When we were alive, we set up schools. That's right. When we were alive, we had supermarkets. We owned buildings. We owned farmlands. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Talking to you, brother and sister. You're alive. Worms eat your ass. He's living off of you. He ain't produced a damn thing for 40 some years. So he's a multimillionaire. And so his son too, his wicked son. Yeah, these are his own words. But see how much love he got for the devils though. Nothing happened to them. He loved them. But you, the one that's feeding him, the one he's living off of, yeah, it is, brothers and sisters. You figure it out. Put down. Worms, eat your ass. Male and female, both sides. See here? Mr. Cummett, his job is to get you home. He said he's going to take out this one. But he got to take out this one to get you home because right now, you don't know your left and right. You mixed in with them. You don't realize, you haven't come to full realization that they're your enemy. They're demons. They're the ones quitting the crime. They're the ones doing all the stuff that they blame on you. Not your nature. They're the ones doing that, killing people, all these gangs, all that kind of stuff. That's the demons. They mixed in with us. Get you home and get rid of the demons. Get you separate the demons. That's Suleiman's job. The song, well, I don't know, we haven't heard it yet. They're going to call it, but it'll be victory. We're home. And they're gone. Okay, so I think I'm going to close out. Well, anyway, Now, the minister of the covenant, what would he be saying? He's saying it's time to go home. He's fulfilling the covenant that Allah says after 40 years, we go home. Barak said, we're not going nowhere. That means he's calling God a liar. He's a messenger of the covenant. Comes after Elijah. Oh, ain't nobody after Elijah. He's the last messenger. Well, it don't say in Malachi. It says the messenger of the covenant will come to Elijah's temple. Temple, not synagogue, not church, not mosque. The Exodus, it says, Aaron didn't lead you to the promised land. Remember, Barak's first, so he said, you're not going anywhere. But he's not going anywhere because he's not seed Abraham. That's one thing. So it says Joshua is the one that the baton, if you want to call it that, right? Or it was passed from Elijah to Joshua, right over Aaron's head. Then we passed Aaron. That's what the message coming to be. To come, give you that message, give you the information you need to go home. Separate from these devils, call them devils. Enemy, or they are the enemy. They're devils, all of them. We're leaving America. Savior has arrived. All of America. That's what he be talking. Okay, I'm going to play a couple of things, then I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
Applies to Farrakhan. You want me to stand before you? I will not forsake you, not fail you. What would you call getting your ass blown up with radiation pills? Castrated at 55. Walking around pissing shit in the bag. What'd you call that? Call that salvation? Protection? Care? The man shall be able to stand before thee all day of thy life. I'll be most I was with thee. I'll not fail thee nor forsake thee. Well, it was a failure on somebody's part. Aaron, Farrakhan,
Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
pay attention to that, brother and sister. Now Jesus is going to protect you. And mystery God says the law. You obey our law, right? This is what you receive. Not blessings. It's the obedience of the law that's your power. Discipline times energy equals power. That's what they teach you. They teach you to be obedience. They don't teach you discipline. And they teach you all these guns and all that kind of stuff. That's not where the power is. The power is in discipline. And you have more discipline by nature than they do. But if a man has more muscle by nature than a female, but if he don't develop those muscles, you got to develop them. And right now, you're not developing your discipline. They're not teaching you discipline. Like, you don't know anything about gym. When I was growing up, I heard this side story. And after my father passed, right? So I was hanging out on the streets, and hadn't happened, he was around. And I ain't taking crap from nobody. I didn't know how to fight. I know about boxing. I ain't taking no. You mess with me, we're going down. We're gonna get into it. I got beat up a lot of times, but I never backed down. I got my arm broke one time. I got to fight with this dude who was 2 times bigger than me. He tried to punk me, and I was in high school at the time. I'm my first year in high school. In gym class, big dude. He's at least twice as big as me. And I'm not exactly written. He tried to punk me, and then he was my neighbor. He was living the same street I did. So I saw him. And I got in his face, and he charged me, jumped me, he fell on top of me, and broke my arm. That's how heavy he was. I didn't take no crap from anybody. So what bottom line was, I'll give you an example. There's a guy called Howard Harry. He's supposed to be called Bulldog. He's supposed to be tough. And he was bullying people. We had 2 age groups. We had age groups like 16 below and 17 above, I guess, right? I was in 16 below grade group. So he was like the main dude, right? And I just moved in the neighborhood. So you're gonna tell the dog? I said, man, I didn't put up with no shit with nobody. I never did. So me and him got into it. So he whooped me up. So he thought, now I'm gonna kiss his ass. Nope. So what I did was found where he lived at. He came out that morning. I was standing around there. I jumped on him. Whooped me up again. Okay. So the next day, I see him come out of the store. Jump on, boom, whoop me up again. This went on about a week or 2. Then every time he see me start running, he started running. So finally, he came by, because I lived on the corner. I lived right in the neighborhood where everybody hung out at. He told somebody, hey, come tell him, man, can I talk to him? I said, man, we don't need fighting anymore, man. And we can't, he want to be my best friend. The bottom line was, I ain't taking no crap. I don't care. You jump. But the point was that these brothers, they was going to the boxing gym. I didn't know anything about any gym. They would know how to box. When I grew up, you didn't pick no box up, no stick. They kick your ass. You had to box. You had to fight. I didn't know how to do all that, right? And I just go down, punch, whatever I could do with it. Right? And these guys, they was training. They knew, they weren't professionals. They knew. We had this one guy we called him Stinky Bryson. He was real short brother. He was smaller than everybody else. His brother was really good boxer. He taught him. And Stinky was like half my size. He was small. And nobody met Stinky. Stinky whoop your ass up because he could box. He really, boy, that buck could box. I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying. A lot of things depend, things ain't like you always think they should be. Let me move on. But back to this, right? It tells you discipline. See? I had discipline, I just had a skill. I wasn't afraid. Because when I came back from the military, everybody said, you still fighting everybody all the time, because they know I had a lot of heart. I tried all over Newark, nobody messed with me. Everybody knew, I lived all over Newark. They knew they messed with me, man. It wasn't going to be the end of it. Anyway, it's a skill. But the point is, when it comes to this here, it's not It's pressure. Greater pressure overcomes lower pressure. When you understand that concept, then you understand what Scripture's all about, why God says one prophet to a nation and takes down the whole nation. You don't send them with guns. You don't send them with forks, missiles. He said Prophet Muhammad with anything. It's the truth. He took down Rome. He took down all Arabia. All the prophets, same thing. Elijah Muhammad, he didn't take out America, but he went toe-to-toe with him. They didn't defeat Elijah. He tried, but he went toe-to-toe with him and stood toe-to-toe with him the whole time. So I talk about this, you go previous presentations, see, by explaining that. But you don't understand that away. So you think, oh, you're scared of arms, all that kind of stuff. It tells you right here, if you obey the law, they won't be able to do anything. You be strong, good courage, be not afraid. Need not be dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee. Whether that, in other words, right? Where it says, this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, and thou shalt meditate therein day and night. Thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous. Thou shalt have good success. It's it. If you obey that law, because that's if you understand, is the nature of our resistance is pressure. And that's discipline times energy equals pressure or power. If your power is greater than theirs, nothing they can do to you. I don't care what they got, machine guns, they got. If you understand that, you understand. If you don't, you don't. Go on.
And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3 That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5 And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers.
Dear brother, sister, so if your power is greater than theirs, they can no longer keep you in captivity. Keep you in captivity because their pressure, their power is greater than ours because they don't teach us discipline. They got discipline, right? It's slipping. They still have, if you got a little bit, it's better than somebody don't have any. Now teach me obedience. Hang out, party. 1 meal a day, man, you crazy? Get them hamburgers. Right? They don't teach you law. They don't teach you discipline. Some people undisciplined, they got energy, but they don't need how to turn energy into power. That's my job, try to turn energy into power. Once you do that, then they can no longer maintain control over you. Let's see what the next verse says. But see, you got a choice here. You want to stay under their captivity, and American dream, and be deceived by their money and everything else by the winter? You're going to start preparing for the spring. It's your choice. Here you go.
15. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16 In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17 But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18 I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19 I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20 That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
Make it clear that we're going home. Pharaoh said we're not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. Remember, in Legion, he says, please don't make me leave the country. But he did not see Abraham, number one. Number two, it says, you got to choose between Pharaoh, son of perdition, and the measure of the covenant. That's the choice they're talking. Death and evil, death and life, good and evil. The choice. You make choice. You don't skin on my back. I want your money. I want to control you. I want to get information. You make the choice. If you're a demon, you have no choice. But you have choice. If you clean those that clean the earth, there's no portion hereafter. You have to decide. If you don't decide, there's the same thing as decision. Non-decision, same thing as decision, because hey, non-decision means you're going to stay here. Let's make clear that we're leaving here. So that's what's before you right now. That's why I said struggle between for NOI. Wait. That's why it says, when Moses came, he says, those with the Lord, measure the covenant, come with me. Separation. And the rest stayed with Aaron. And they got wiped out. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. That, see? White ones, they're devils, black skin. Then the black ones, that's us. We all mixed in together, so we neutralized each other. Chaps, we just mixed together. So Student has to do this. Got it? Okay, let's move on. See, no weapon that is formed against you prosper. Every time it shall rise against you in judgment. So it shall be condemned. So think about it. It says no weapon. That means nobody's telling you to go and get some Uzis and get shotguns and machine guns. It says no weapon. Why? Because you don't understand the nature of our existence. Nature of existence is pressure. We live in a pressure field. Right? Force field. Pressure field is a force field. If you understand that, greater pressure overcomes lower pressure. Right now, everything about you is pressure. Your voice, that's pressure, sound waves, hearing, sound waves, heart pressure, heartbeat, lung pressure, even your reproductive system, pressure, digestive, all that's pressure. The whole system is pressure. You don't understand that. Knowledge is pressure. Thinking. So when you become gray hairs, then you have power over them. Right now, they have power over us because you don't have discipline. He teaches you die next, all that kind of bullshit. The law. And I'm going to give it to you. Elijah Muhammad didn't teach the 10 Commandments. That's a law, but it's a qualitative law, how we should deal with each other. But the law they talk about is the law of the 5 pillars. Reciting. That's the law they're talking about. If you apply that, there's nothing they can do to you. If you're in prison, you're coming out. What's holding you in prison, not the bars, is the person that got the key to the bars. If your mind is greater than theirs, they have to let you go. They can't hold you. It's impossible. Your presence is greater than theirs. See, again, men's hearts failing in for fear, expectation. So if they have, you're gonna have massive heart attacks when this war resumes over there, because they're gonna realize that what's happening over there is gonna come over here. And what's happening over there is gonna be dramatic. Because economic war, America and Britain, Gog and Magog and Falls are going to be kicked out. Economic war is going to take, chapter 18 is going to take Europe to its knees. Total economic collapse, that's what chapter 18 is about. Total economic collapse, which is going to end up here. Because that's going to trigger Armageddon. Because they're going to total economic collapse. Because Iran will have control of the whole Middle East. Iran will have control of the whole Middle East when this war is finished. That means that Shia has control of the whole Middle East, all oil. And they will not give oil to Europe because Europe was with America helping false Israel. So Iran has control of the whole Middle East. has got Iran under siege. Excuse me, have Israel so far Israel under siege, and America and Britain is kicked out. Kicked out. Gog and Magog is kicked out. Iran has total control. So now the Europeans have total economic collapse because they cut from the oil from the Middle East because Iran will not let them have any. And only all that they can get access to, it's wintertime. Only to access to is Russian oil. And so they make nice with Russia so they can get the economies going because they have a total economic collapse and it's cold. But they got American base all over Europe. So, and remember, the America's at conflict with Russia. So once they make nice with Russia, that means they're going to be against all American base. So all American base could be in jeopardy, could be attacked. Get the hell out of our country. Get out of Germany. Get out of France. Because now they're on Russia's side. So now they're under attack. So now America has to run, their forces here had to run over there to protect their forces over there. Because America and Britain got kicked out in the Middle East. So now they got to take and bring military force to protect their bases in Europe from being destroyed by the Europeans. Now Europeans are working with Russia. So that's Armageddon. America getting destroyed over there. Because now their former NATO allies are against them. They said all their beloveds will abandon them. That's Armageddon. But see, when America does that, that means all the oil that they have standard strategic petroleum reserves, that's all they reserve for military and fight, all that kind of stuff. They're going to have to use all of that because they're not getting oil from the Middle East either anymore. So they have to use all that for their military to go and protect their soldiers, all their soldiers in the middle in Europe. They can't afford to let the soldiers go. They got, what, hundreds of thousands over there? I don't know, they got many. So that means you have total economic collapse here. Because they have to take all the oil they have here. So now you have economic collapse here. No oil here. No heat. No oil. Because they got to fight that war over there. Lose all their military. And they got, well, a sizable amount of military over there. They got to go defend. That's Armageddon. Okay. So where does that happen? And then what happens? Now that Iran has total control of the Middle East, right? They're the Shia. They control Arabia, Mecca. Which do you think the reaction soon is going to be? Total religious war. Total religious war. Now you got a race war going. And the race will reverse because at that time, right, it's going to be, the race war has been where false Israel, Europeans was abusing, destroying the Arabs. Abomination. Look up abomination. The uprising was put down with great cruelty. The abomination desolation was going for the last 2 years. How come then Benex ain't told you about it? How come Farrakhan told you about it? How come Saul Schumann ain't told you about it? Son of whatever that dumbass is, call itself. Because they don't know. That's exactly what's been going on for the last 2 years. Abomination desolation. And we see it, that means destruction is near. Hell breaks and say where we'll be in Jerusalem. Be over there. That's been for the last 2 years. So now you got the race wars reversed. Now the Arabs are doing back to the Europeans, the Israelis, so-called Israelis, what he was doing to them. It's going to be a bloodbath that you can't imagine. They said the fathers will eat the son, save the father. They're going to cut them off their food, their water, and everything. All the starving Palestine, everything is going to be reversed. It's going to be a big damn, what you call it, backfire. You about to see the biggest backfire you've seen in your life, bro. So that's consequent. Because we're the day of backfire. You know, what's happening right now in Gaza is going to be reversed. It'll be awesome and magnified. So now you got a race war going there. They're destroying them with no pity. Then you got a religious war where it's going to be off the page. It's going to make the sands of Arabia blood. Rivers of blood between the Shia and the Sunni. And the Shia, the Sunni, they don't go insane. Because now the Shia got control of Arabia, got control of the mosque, got control of the Kaaba. Whoa. Now you got a soup, and that's coming here. The power's head being broken. That's coming here. The economic war. Because remember, the Europeans, they was there to keep control of that region. That was their fight. They were trying to hold on to the economics, control of Arabia, oil, and all that kind of stuff, right? All that's coming here in spades. Race war, religious war, and economic war. That's why man's heart's feeling for fear. And see how intense it is. How intense it is. How intense. The blood's going to flow like water. Oceans of blood over there. The stands of Arabia's going to be soaked with blood. False Israel going to be soaked, Palestine going to be soaked with blood. Blood to that horse's brow. Soaked with blood. And then you got, remember, America's being open in Europe. That war. What is that war about? It's a governmental war. What would you call that, right? Two types of governments fighting each other. What kind of war would you call that? Anyway, that's coming here too. All that's coming here in space, multiplied. Be a race war here. They're going to attack all blacks. Because now, remember I told you that when the false Israel goes down, that our vision, now we have a vision. Because that unites us. And the force that's holding us down is being broken. Babylon. So now we got a vision, and also the force that was keeping us down is broken. So Babylon be killed in a day, and we're riding. Nation born in a day. So they're going to attack us. That's the only game they got left to attack us. Try to keep us under control. That's a race war. It's going to be a religious war because all those Arabs over here, they're going to be stuck over here. Once that war goes bad, they're going to block this place off. If you ain't in here, you ain't going to be able, if you ain't in, you ain't going to be able to get in. If you're out, you ain't going to be able to get in. If you in, you ain't going to be able to get out. They can close the borders, everything. And now, with this truth being made known to everybody, that we're going home, the Arabs here know, remember they got a race war going already, and they know we come together, and our motivation is to come back and take Arabia. They're going to attack us here. There'll be a race war between us and them right here. Economic war, because American dreams, Master Muhammad, once that war continue, that's an economic war, because the whole American dream will be totally destroyed. And then you got the demons, they're going to try to tell you, no, man, we're going to work together, man, work with us. We're going to rebuild this thing. So that's a social, that in itself is a race war, is a social war, and also economic war. It's between the demons. But they're going to try to convince us. See, they said they can betray the Son of Man. They're going to try to take out the leadership. But you know why? To convince the rest of the black folks to fight with them to take America. They think they have all the 34 million. It'd be easier. It's like Martin Luther King tried to convince Elijah Muhammad to go along with them. They're going to try to get us to go along with them. They said, hell no. They're going to try. They take out the leadership, take out the Son of Man. They say be betrayed. Try to take out the Son of Man. And it didn't tell them that stuff, right? So then they unite. So they figure, we got 34 million of us. We can easily take out America. It's not going to work that way. It's a race war coming here, economic war, social war, religious war. All the Sunnis are going to attack. Because we already announced we're going to take back Arabia. What do you say? Oh, well, I thought you said the Shia control Arabia. They will. They have to control the whole Middle East. But the Arabs still going to be living in Arabia. They'll be under Iranian rule. So when we come back, they're going to fight us to maintain the infrastructure and everything they have here. On an individual level. You understand what I'm saying? Because when you come back, so we come back to houses we have not built. We're taking all that back. The infrastructure not be destroyed. Farrakhan try to say, oh man, they have war over there. Infrastructure be going, you're going to be going back to sins. Bullshit. It says, no, infrastructure will not be destroyed because it says, when you return home, you return back to houses. You have not built mansions. My Father's house, many mansions. That will not be allowed. My problem will not allow that to be touched. But the sands will be soaked in blood. So you're going back taking your housing, your land, everything back. Right? They have control of that. They don't have, but right? It's like you live in a complex. They have control of the complex, but the complex is under control of the state, right? So yeah, there'll be a fight between us and them, evicting them out of our land. They'll still be there. It just Iran controls Arabia, but Arabia is still occupied by Arabs who betrayed us. We destroyed Joseph. They didn't want to betray us into slavery. Big backfire. What's going on to the Palestinians is backfire too. Because they was the main ones that saw us, that betrayed us. Because remember, that land, Morocco, Egypt, Palestine, all those areas around there, that's where we was living at. Remember that the Moors running it? We was living in Northwest Africa, what they call Northwest Africa. Why they betrayed us and they took our lands. They took Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt, Morocco. They're almost all Arabs there now. That's where we was living at. You didn't know that, did you? Move on, brothers and sisters. Or the angel. The angel's like, you got a Lamborghini, or that powerful engine, that discipline, but you need a steering wheel. The angel gives you a steering wheel because it's explain everything, tell you who everyone is, gives you everything in detail. So now you know who the enemy is, what direction to go in. Without that, if you apply discipline, you're going to have power. What good is power if you don't know what to do with it? Remember that some of us had power, but we used it against ourselves. We didn't have the angel, had their mind. So if you're a cat in dog land and you got power, right, you're going to use that power against yourself because you got a dog mind, so you're going to hate cats, even though you're a cat. So they had power, it was used against themselves. Angel and fire cartel, no, they ain't got to do is you. You're the wicked, you're the problem. See? Angel clean all that up. And then here's your gem for discipline. I'm not going into a detail, brothers and sisters. I talked about yesterday. Maybe tomorrow I might go into more detail. It's your discipline. You apply this your gem. Discipline. You apply these. The more you apply them, the more discipline you have. More discipline you have, more power you have. The more power you have, the less they can do to you until your power is equal to theirs. Then they can do nothing. Your power is greater than yours, then you do it to them. Doesn't matter how many guns and guns. Now it's based on power. One, going to details. Second one, emotions, recital, economics. I made the answer for most of these. I got a perfect answer, perfect mathematics. If you apply these, nothing they can do to you. And listen to this here. Keep up prayer, the declining of the sun till the darks of night, and recite the Quran at dawn. Recite the Quran at dawn. Listen to this one. And this is what they say about the recital of the Quran at dawn. Sure, the recital of the Quran at dawn is witnessed. That's very powerful. Do it part of the night, keep awake beyond. That means not talking about prayer because the 5 prayers, none of them required at nighttime. They're going to recite the Quran, so do it even more. Extra. Beyond what is coming upon thee. See? The more you do, the better. And maybe Allah will raise to a position of great glory. That's the promise of recital. They said, well, what's the prayer then? The Quran is about praying, oh, God, give me a car, give me a spouse. That's prayer you call prayer. But if you go and look at what the Sunnis call prayer, what they're doing in their prayers, they just reciting the Quran. So it's all about recital. If you recite the Quran, right, it gives you, right, that's one stage of discipline. It's your firm heart. Because they're going to use that as a weapon against you. I'm not going to, I talked about it yesterday. I'm not going to talk about it last couple of days. I'm not talking about it right now. I'm going to close out in a minute. Okay, I don't know if I talked this a little bit. And have indignation against the Holy Covenant, so shall he do. He shall even in return have intelligence with those who forsake the Holy Covenant. Remember, Farrakhan forsakes the Holy Covenant because he doesn't apply to him. It applies to seed Abraham, his father's the devil. So he forsakes it. He has indignation to it. Right? Okay. Shall place the abomination, and they shall place the abomination to make desolate. Remember, that's going on now. It's been going on for the last 2 years, since October 7th. Such as do wickedly against the covenant shall be corrupt, shall he corrupt by flattery. They're talking about Farrakhan here. So yeah, he's flattery. So, oh man, so he's so cute, he's so, all that bullshit. But people that know that God shall be strong and do exploits. That means people that find those principles, as the angel and apply those principles, they should do exploits to a tribulation. Because it has exploits means you're doing great things. Because you have so much power. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I'm going to touch this and close. Weapons. You don't need weapons, your weather. The lessons tell you we control the weather. I'll give you a simple example. You know what music is? Music is atmosphere. It's your control in the atmosphere. You're manipulating the atmosphere. That's what music is. When I'm talking right now, I'm manipulating the atmosphere. I'm sending sound waves. Sound waves are currents. Atmosphere is currents. When the atmosphere was nothing happening, that means it's like water. If it's water still, there's no current. But if you flick your finger or do anything, you get a current starts moving. That's currents. So weather is currents. It's just stream currents. Right? A slight breeze is light current. Like sometimes you go on one side of the house, outside, and so you get a current through, right? A breeze through. Because one side of the house, the air is lower, other side, so you get a current. You can breathe, say, because you're manipulating the atmosphere. I'm manipulating the atmosphere right now by talking to you, and you're listening. Music is a manipulation of the atmosphere. All this currents, it's all currents. Sonic boom, planes, that's currents. Weather is currents. It's just very strong currents, but it's still currents. And to take music, right? Music can affect you, can make you fearful, can make you happy, can make you. That's a weapon they're going to use against you, a weapon of fear. That's another story. But if you got a firm heart, it won't affect you at all. They're going to use that against you. They're going to put extreme fear in you with music. They're already playing with it now, but I'm not going to it maybe tomorrow. But just say, for instance, you take a boombox. You know what a boombox is? Make a lot of noise. So you put 10 of them right in the middle of the street. Wouldn't that do? As loud as they can be. Because remember when I was living on Berkeley Avenue in Orange, right? Before I moved, and then finally moved back and forth. I moved to Florida and so forth. Before I moved to Florida, there's a park there. I can't remember the name of the park, right? But I was on Berkeley Avenue. Right now, about 3 blocks down was a park. These Africans used to come in these big old boom boxes. I mean, big one. You put in a truck, your car, that thing's still big. It was almost big as a person. And you could hear it 3 blocks away. Turns loud. I said, man, what the hell are these people? You hear 3 blocks away. Then we hear about 10 of those, you turn on something, it would knock windows out. It would shake houses. Because the vibrations, because you're manipulating the current. We put 100 of them together. You turn them up full blast. It blow out windows, might knock down some things. Because it's currents. It's currents. So we see, if you got one of the things, one of the weapons Africans used to use back then, so-called slavery days, when they was colonizing, when they go to war with the British and everything else, they'd have a whole bunch of African warriors, and what they do, and when they saw the British coming, they would start singing the same song on a very high level, like be 100, 200 of them, and that it would put so much fear the Romans, the British would run. Because their vibration was so, it was too hard. See, they're naturally afraid of us because their hearts are weaker. It's no story. But the bottom line is, right? Say, for instance, you had 1 million of us. And we all on the same page, on the same wavelength, and we all say the same thing at the same time at the highest voice. What you think, how powerful you think that would be? Would knock down buildings? You understand? I'm trying to show you that you have control of weather. Elijah Muhammad talked about that too. He talked about a lot while I was there, right? But he didn't mention it. I'm not sure if it mentions blackmail or not, but he did mention it. So I'm saying, once you achieve Hajj, that's be one of your weapons. The scriptures talk about that. Be one of your weapons, weather. Because we work together and 17 million strong. So I showed you your defense. Now I'm showing you your weapons. And the scriptures tell you, Elijah Muhammad said the same thing. He said weather was saved up, rain, snow, hail, all that stuff was saved up for battle in the day of battle. Well, how you say it for the day of battle? Because we control those things. And the lesson says we control them. Read the lessons. So I'm going to leave it there for now. That's your weapon. I show you a defense. They cannot penetrate it. And here's your weapon against them. It's more powerful than atomic bombs. A tornado, a full-blown tornado is more powerful than an atomic bomb. More energy in it. Okay, about to close, brothers and sisters, but here's the battle. So you're going to choose him, the demon, going to stay here and fight for America, love America, hate the Muslims, hold the worms in the ass, maybe Master Suleiman, right? Take you home, show you how to protect yourself, show you your weapon, how to use it, produce it, and get you home. And he's the one that is his work, his sacrifice that turned you into a seed great army. But it said, preach the four winds, the four winds. That was the energy you need in that direction, in that quality, to bring you together. And it took 35 years of Kasi, her story of Walls of Jericho, constantly getting information out every day, that finally broke through all these clowns. Jeff, Ben X, so Suleiman, all these clowns, finally broke through. Burn them up, because like I said, light, you try to block sunlight, you might block it, but sunlight has heat in it. So you might not be able to stand the heat. After a while, the heat burned through, whatever you're blocking. It's about to break through. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. But you can go and hit Farrakhan, we ain't gonna lose sleep. If you that's what you think, deal with him, go with him. I don't care. There he is, there's your boy. Boy, it's some deep kissing there. You know he's pissing shit in the bag, right, Farrakhan? Got his ass blown up. What say God wouldn't forsake. Said God told him to be quiet while he's talking. It's his daddy, Google it. Grateful Clock. The resemblance makes him a devil. And he's through. We're going to see it in a few more days, brothers and sisters. He's worse than this, actually. Leave it there, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, so we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. You know, people that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years. And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself. And I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have, you know, Keir Starmer campaign. I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle. Certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point and saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point and saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history. except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. In fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country? Is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been
your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you
it's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it's American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
It's true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
They evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't pick one guy in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. There's one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
When you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true, it never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is.
But I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, the shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. So you have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you can wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, the rest of it suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country. That's it's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fun, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors,
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is not what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years for for 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point, Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros' Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly were with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House, shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk, after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
To say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
history of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? Behind the history of the cross: murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This is Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus. They said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham. Cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus. Raped our women incessantly. Pissed in our mouths. Made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, I get, well, not clean up, but make it look more attractive, I guess, by calling it chitlins. It's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what they do was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't think it was a million years ago. It was 20 years ago. It lasted for 400 years. It's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going on in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It was genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population. The genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets. Knowing it was full of disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from seabird animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When it was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught that there was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? We're trying to arrest our people. Your rap sheet? What's your rap sheet? Are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole his land. You murdered his people. And you crushed the native people here When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and snatch the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. What's going on in Gaza is just a reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. They got women incessantly. They would even rape while he was picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell him to bend over and rape him. They told him to keep picking cotton while he was doing it. This is the kind of stuff they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and sit and slave up in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so he could spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. He did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's a true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet? America? Gog? What's your rap sheet? Magog? Britain? What's your makeshift? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel. What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They steal the ribbon off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
are we gonna make it? Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? We ain't going back to Africa. No. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are buying bunny rackets. And inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Of her name, come out of her religion, come out of her culture, come out of her way of life, come out of her educational system.
People. And they will put all the shows of Lord. And they should. Jesus, down the halls. They stood and said, it is a parent. And behold, I wanted to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tiding chains themselves bound together. And when they must put off on this memorable shows, they took them, staring that ship that brought them to a strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country, and strange people who have proven to them every vow from their native land that they were going to be the West Indians that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was made of Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our a mental sleep, thinking that we all are leaving. This is church. My brothers, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you yesterday. Trying to save the very minute that brought that will. You're not turning away from your ordinary plan and turning it back towards our Christmas house and our and it who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your peace. It's trying to make love with the bad people that destroyed you in your past. Do you feel? I do. And even today, there are people that shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did not do what can be separated and be returned to your push? They go to your parents on the eastern shore of North crying and praying to God to be returned to that arms 400 years ago. Now, you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools. And now, to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated, they go to your arm, salvation for your son. The white man said he will remember that.
How's we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about it. No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way, come out of their pagan holidays, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus of your house and trees. That is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. Is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
People. And they will put all the shows of Lord. And they should. Jesus, none of homes. No power and spirit. They stood and said, it is a parent. And behold, wisdom. I wanted to return. With that hand stretched out towards that ship, and tidings showed themselves bound together. And when they was put all on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who had told to them every bow from their native land that they were going to be west Indians that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. But this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the name Jesus. The name Jesus to our thought in a mental sleep, thinking that we all are leaving this is church. My brothers and this is very hard for us to people to sit today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people, and you here today, crying to see the very minute that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning away from your ordinary land and turning it back towards our prison house and it who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They're trying to make love with the people that destroyed you and your parents. Do you feel? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did you not do what? anything that they know who your parents are. The Easter Joe crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. Or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools. And now, what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years. They were condemned as fools. When I walked in, he separated them both to your arms and application for your son. The white man said he opened. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Suman Rahim here, Professional Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now. And we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. So it's been a year now. There was an agreement made from slave master. He said, your choice, stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. If the original people decided they wanted to give up the inheritance and traded for a place in America, in reconciliation with their former slave master. It's their choice. They chose, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over to sand and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with a slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it's not that sounds too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. They got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was following this in Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right, their own land, and they can make reconciliation with slave master. They're not devils, they're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody paid $1 million. Thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. And you got 6 states. That's your promise us. We got 6 states. Thank you. Thank you, Farrakhan. And this was a year ago. 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. We in Arabia. They're still back in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This is the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. So, and now they were big and massive. They came asking each other power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling about 6 states and never paid you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So, these big man massive, can you come out and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 states of promising that he would have prepared them for, right, their schools and education or whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they said, oh, we're not even begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. Then what? This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these reports in now, a year later. It's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? It's a roof, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They looked at the farmers when they're doing farmers. Oh, so then master, what's happening here? How come no? Crap. It turned out that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, how's it going? Crop failure. And now master, what's going to happen here? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour packs coming in, right? And then they look here and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? Now, they look there now and all the food's gone. They're gone. And she said, what am I going to do here?
So what's going on? The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country, you got your own states, that's your country, and you run it. What are you calling us for? So they're praying, and then, oops, no fuel. There's no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. You got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. So what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of the inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left, they took that was all for them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on? And I said, wait a minute, hold on here. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they were celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master of the game. We got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's your solution comes about your problems. You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, no planes or nowhere. By flying planes and drive trucks and boats and stuff, and you go and get this stuff. What you got much for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats, and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you got for? The master, you said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So that if you never pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? No gas. Yes, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. Everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was good when they got it, and it ran out. They had to replace it, pay the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, houses full. And you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They prepared for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he don't get this for you, but he don't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So then I said, Master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you want to have reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there, they left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because I mean,
You want to say revelation, you should be praying for that, right? So if he just telling you about revelation, you should be praying for it. If he said God said that's where he's going to get you, so God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, told him to build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states, and the reparations how you doing? So now it tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, everything, all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they're going to tell it, they tell all the people, all the white folks, right? All the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. It'd be one way or the other. There could be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You said one or the other. So all the black folks are here, and ain't no integration, that kind of stuff. Right? Was it one or the other? So they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just said, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over here. You have your own money, you have for your own wealth. So they do this. They tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money into gold. All your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? They say transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. Just start printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, $1 million ounces of gold, say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? You got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. But if you take and print, say you got 1 million ounces of gold, you got 1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now. But you got to connect that to the gold. When you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. See, so the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, then less gold. You see? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold. That's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's printing money without increasing your wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. See, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It's still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. Pay $1. Hardly worth anything. Otherwise, budget A, that's our money. You gotta have your money, you gotta control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they will do that? You've been a gossip lately? You see what happened to the trees they made? The so-called natives kept telling you at fault time because they kept making trees, but then they broke the trees. They took their land and genocide everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth for nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. People still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on, the money hopefully increase again, they use another certificate, use another form of money. So, it's still worth nothing. The $1 million you had, you was unhappy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's crap because everything is selling and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have the communications, you don't have to do any of this stuff. And you know, but how should I do anything? Because it's our company. He didn't know how to prepare you. He told you to give 6 days. He told you, this many, right? Now, you're broke. The economy's gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still have to inherit for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. As you chose, you stay there. Close the border so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe you call it Traveland. Farrakhan. You got the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, I come back, man, I come back, work for you, I work for Popeye, I do anything you want. No, blacks, either they were in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land, and those that you 6 days. And then you're starving, you ain't got no, your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. And you see Anthony on the phone, he talks to the guy, you get paid to help you. He finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. So you see on the phone, yeah, it worked. We sold them reparations, we put them out, said used car, they turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. They could have had a BMW, they could have had a Lamborghini, they sold it for BMW. Good, damn thing didn't work. Now, it's starving. Living in tents. Praying. So what? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did, but they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, in a big picture. Leave him, the blacks stay on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. But they thought you think they would give you some land to take care of you? They didn't want to do that. They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million, you know what it is? 17 million, that would be 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that. What are they going to do anything for you? They want to get rid of you. So now they have to see it. Because they close the border, what you going to do? When you want to fight to come out? They close the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. Who's out of here? And those groups that's here, they're gone. And our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Or anything. God honors contracts. Remember he honored the contract with Jacob. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance. And God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. America ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. It's homeland you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So they gave you reparations today or tomorrow. How would that scenario not play out like that? What they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. There'll be so much they can say, okay, we're going to take care of them. And I said, go out there and take care of you when he was right here. He was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here. Because you know they're trying to get rid of stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening in America. Wow. Of course, coming there. Disaster over there. I just got a call. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Thailand or something. I forgot what it's something called right there. That 16. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them? Bring them? Oh no! And even asked there's Master Fard Muhammad right there. He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the bastard said he's called him and he passed the word to Master Fard Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Listen, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice. Live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't do that. They actually sent a message over. Well, they did, I have a communication, but somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would we please come and get him? Nope. Don't tell them no. And don't waste time communicating us anymore. You got your land, you got your reputation, you got your money, you got Farrakhan, you're here. Yeah, tell them, talk to them, let them straighten out for you. You want to sell your idea, you just sell them. So you want an idea of reparations, we told you. Right? Suleiman Bay, he was a message to you, telling you, look man, let's go home. You said no, you chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story. I guess that's it, is that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports. Okay, he says that was a Master Fard Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. We got those bags that came in. All that came in today. I mean, I came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. They're begging it. Somebody help me. We can't do it. They're Master help you. We won't do it. That's not what we do. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in. They said, well, if you won't come and get us food, we at least send some food. They begged, said, please send some food. That's what I'm saying, I'm going to send a damn thing, nothing, zero. I said, please just send some food. This guy that in. He says, you can't come and get it, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said that he's ready to meet. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no, go no way. You made your choice, case closed. Just got that in, bro. It's just, that's not like him.